Good evening, good evening. Just getting the stream ready. We're doing vertical and horizontal tonight. Looks like we have more. What's up, Carla? We have more people on the horizontal stream. Make sure we're going here.
You know what my
This is, I wanted to start out with this. This is, producer Bethany sent this to me. This is when a bunch of these idiot Hollywood people went up to space with Bezos's rocket. Apparently one of his rockets, I don't know if it was his or something exploded today. I haven't looked at the details of what was going on, but somebody, I did not see this until Bethany sent this to me. William Shatner trying to explain to Bezos about how wonderful his ride to space was, but Bezos was uninterested in listening to what the arrogant William Shatner had to say about it. So I just wanted, while people are piling in, I wanted to go ahead and play this video because I thought it was absolutely hilarious.
you know what the impression I had that I never expected to have is you're shooting up and this new sky.
Come here. I want one. I want
This is great.
Here.
By the way, everybody said that this was fake. The door was already open. Absolutely hilarious.
You know what
All right, next story we'll go into real quick, and then we'll go into the Donald Trump cabinet meeting is an ex-CIA official had $40 million worth of gold bars. This is an interesting story.
The New York Times is reporting on what is just a stunning arrest of a CIA official after investigators found hundreds of gold bars worth more than $40 million stashed in his Virginia home. The CIA and FBI say the arrest occurred last week after the agency alerted the FBI about potential violations of the law. And according to court documents, the official, who is identified as David Rush, asked for and received a significant quantity of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work-related expenses in recent months. When agents searched Rush's home, they found approximately 303 gold bars, each of which weighed a kilogram, approximately 2 pounds. And investigators also seized $2 million in American currency and nearly 3 dozen luxury watches, many of them Rolexes. I'll note that a lawyer for Mr. Rush declined to comment to the Times, and a woman answering the phone at Mr. Rush's house hung up on a Times reporter. Former Deputy Director of National Intelligence Beth Sanner is back with me. So many questions here.
Yes,
so many gold bars.
Questions.
But what kind of circumstances does the CIA hand out hundreds of gold bars to an officer for?
Well, I can't say it ever happened to me, having been an analyst.
You don't have any gold bars?
I don't, and I never, But, you know, when you're in the operations side and you're operating in denied areas, so one that's very public and lots of people's cleared memoirs is going into Afghanistan at the beginning of going after Osama bin Laden. And CIA officers went in with millions and millions of dollars on their person. And so, this is something that you do when you're working in denied areas. You can look around the world. You might have said maybe Venezuela at that point in time, maybe Yemen, maybe Nigeria, places in the Middle East, maybe still Afghanistan. We don't know. But there are legitimate reasons for a case officer to have these items. You might want to give a gold watch out to an asset to either recruit them or to reward them. You need
maybe
cash.
not 30, but maybe not 30.
You got a lot of assets.
Yeah, that's right. So there's so much here. The web, right? He's accused of lying about his qualifications as well over the years. The Times says that he inflated his academic credentials and falsely claimed to be a member of the Navy Reserve when he was discharged and then collected pay for that. How does the CIA, of all organizations, miss that?
Okay, so when I looked through the affidavit, two things came to mind. One is that the guy's a pathological liar, and I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know if that's true. So I'm trying not to slander anybody, but that's how I would read it. And
that he's different than than most of the population.
Yeah, I mean the definition
for how they'd represent themselves
the definition
and get
of
away
a
with it.
pathological liar is someone who lies and makes these kind of knowing lies, things that can be found out, but has so much confidence and truly believes what they're telling you. And so therefore, you can pass a polygraph if you're a pathological liar because you truly believe what you're saying is correct.
Because physiologically, they're
You
not
won't
giving
react.
off the things that a polygraph would pick up.
You're not sweating when you're lying.
Because
You're not breathing heavily. You believe it.
Would he have been polygraphed when he started? I mean,
Yeah,
you
you
think
would
he
be
would have
polygraphed-
passed multiple or what?
Multiple. He was in for
Really?
17 years. So yeah, I mean, he passed, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, depends on what his job was or whatever. So clearly he lied. But the other part of this is there was some systemic failure here.
Yeah. And imagine how many other people that are like that are in these. We think about all through, like, just look at what's going on in our country right now. These are the people that are running our intelligence agencies and are part of the intelligence agencies. It's sickening to think about.
They should have caught his, allegedly, please.
Yep.
They should have caught that claim that he went to Clemson, that he went to Rensselaer, that he was claiming a different rank in the Navy. And I suspect what happened here, and I do not know, but I suspect what happened here is he was retiring and they were starting to go through the paperwork to count his number of years of service, and all of a sudden things started not falling into place.
Because looking at it as a total thing.
Yes.
You think on the front end too, though, you should notice it on the front end.
This is the potential systemic problem.
Okay, yeah. So talk about that, because if this is indicative of some sloppy work, they're really going to be questioning, and certainly there's going to be a lot of scrutiny from Congress about how they're doing things.
Yes, and things have changed a lot since when he joined in 2009. A lot. The process has changed. We now have, well, not we, but CIA and the intelligence community uses all sorts of, AI and computer searches and all of these things. Like, I can't say that what happened here 17 years ago would be anywhere close to how it is done today. There have been significant changes in the hiring process to make it more efficient, to rely more on
AI.
internet searches and as well as investigations. So that's that. But I also would say, knowing CIA and having enormous respect for the professionals who still are there, absolutely, they're going to take this seriously. They're going to be more upset than anyone that this happened. And they are going to do their own investigations, and I guarantee they will look and they will fix. But of course, Congress will be asking a lot of questions as well.
Yeah.
A huge embarrassment.
Huge. It's so mind-blowing and alarming.
It is. It's sad. But, big organizations, bad people sometimes.
I have to ask you about this story about this CIA officer. You are formerly the director of the CIA. I know that you're talking to your former colleagues all the time about Iran, but I suspect that over the last hours, your text chain has been blowing up about this story, as I'm sure so many people in your position and who've worked at the CIA are seeing that happen. What do you make of this? A former CIA officer in Virginia being charged with stealing tens of millions of dollars in gold bars and foreign currency, or I should say accused of that, and facing some charges in federal court.
Well, without obviously knowing the full story here, and it'd be interesting to see what the defense is in terms of holding on to 300 gold bars. Something went terribly wrong here. That's the one thing I think you can't help but conclude. You have somebody whose background checks were not made. He basically lied about his education, lied about his military experience, and somehow that was never checked out when he was being hired. Big mistake. And secondly, when somebody is able to make off with 300 bars, gold bars, it means that the process of being able to check that and to make sure that never happens broke down. So there's a lot of questions here that raise questions not just about the individual arrested, but whether the CIA, in terms of their process, failed to do what was necessary.
Yeah, and this is someone with a long career, right? So there's questions about years after years.
Pretty wild story.
Things are going very well. Number of jobs. We have more people working today than we've ever had before in the history of our country. And many other things. And I have a few words to say to you that I think will be helpful. Last night was incredible. Not only Texas, but so many other places. And the numbers were fantastic. And they've really been that way for a year. If you look, it's hundreds of people won. And almost nobody didn't win. So, but last night was very, very powerful. So I'm thrilled to welcome everyone to the 12th cabinet meeting of our administration, and we're doing something that no administration's ever done. We're always letting the press join us because we're very open and transparent. We like the word transparent, but we're more transparent than any administration in history. No, to the best of my knowledge, press has never been invited ever to a cabinet meeting for any reason at all. And it's an honor to have you. This team has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. We took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border in the world. Anywhere in the world, there's no border like the border we had. And created the most secure border in the history of our country. We had no people, 12 months now, no people reported in the last 12 months came in illegally. 0 illegal aliens admitted to the United States in the last 12 months. And those charts are made by, you would say, politically unfriendly people. And the reason they don't come in is because nobody comes up, because they know that they're going to be turned away. And if they get in, they're going to be moved out right away. So,
But meanwhile, mass deportations have ceased. That no longer is happening. So it's interesting, what he's doing to the base, where he's saying, look what's happening, but don't look over here, look over here. And that's why there's a lot of angry people right now.
it's been 0. You're the one that do the reports. I'm actually surprised by the number because I don't know how it can be 0, but they say it's 0 for the last 12 months. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. So the murder rate was quite high, and we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from...
Yeah, under the ballroom that was supposed to be privately funded, but now it looks like the taxpayers are going to have to fund it.
very rough countries, and from mental institutions, and from lots of other places, drug dealers, and others. They came in illegally during the Biden administration. We've gotten many of them out, but we still have some that we're looking for, quite a few that we're still looking for, but we've gotten over 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We've gotten some, we put them in jail. We don't even trust the country to send them because they'll come back in maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allowed in. They can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to
They
this
should
country.
be held accountable. They should go
Fentanyl
to
coming
jail
across
for
our
it.
border is now down by 61%. 61%. And coming in by water, by sea, by ocean is down 97%. Can you imagine? Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. All Democrats voted against the tax cuts, putting more money in Americans' pockets. This year, the typical family got tax refunds of nearly almost close to $5,000.
There should be no taxes for the middle class,
The
period.
stock market has set 68 all-time record highs since the election. So 68 days, we hit all-time highs. We're right there now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict. I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict. Despite the
Oh.
conflict with Venezuela, who no longer has a Navy, no longer has an Air Force, no longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places. Their leadership is gone. Their second rung leadership is gone, and we're dealing with their third, half of their third, because half of their third is gone too. The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans that are benefiting working today, we have the most working, and we have 401ks at their all-time high.
you're
Highest they've
right.
ever
Ground
been.
beef,
And that goes along with the stock market,
groceries and
which
everything
is
else
the
are way
highest
up,
it's
so
ever been.
negates everything.
Under my most favored nation agreements, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical, because drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs down 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% if you want. There are two ways. Depends on the way you ask the question. But a pill that would sell in Germany or in, let's say, in London for $10, we're selling for here for $130. And I got the countries to all agree. Otherwise, they would have had to pay big tariffs. I don't want to go into it, but I had some very interesting discussions. They said vehemently no, and then when I said, that's all right, we're going to charge you 50% tariff on everything you sell into America, they said, well, like we said, we'll say yes. And every single country agreed, and every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nation. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world. Now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that pill that I talked about would go from $10 to $20. The world is bigger than the U.S. Hard to believe, but it's true. So it's not like you cut it in the middle. They just had to go up a little bit, but a little bit is a doubling of a price. So a little bit's a lot. So the pill would go from $10 to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20.
I haven't heard anybody who's benefited from this yet, and the drugs that I take aren't even on the site. So I don't know if any of you that are listening right now, have you benefited from this Trump RX? I don't know anybody that has. I do see that there's a lot of weight loss drugs on there. So Ozempic, and there's more studies coming out about these weight loss drugs, or NLP, or whatever the hell they call them, that they cause blindness and all kinds of other side effects and everything else. You still have these doctors that are pushing this trash instead of having protein and meats and things like that we can buy cheaply. We have to rely on these weight loss drugs that are on this website, but I haven't seen anything. So if you in the chat have benefited, I'd love to hear if that's true, but I have not heard a thing about this Trump RX thing that it's a benefit to anybody, but maybe I'm wrong.
So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news
GLP,
conference I
yeah,
had in my first term, where I got the prices down 1/8%, 1/4% my first term. And I was so proud of it, because drug prices hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8%, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I got that through, well, everybody knew it was taking place, but we paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world, and the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing. And for healthcare, you know, so much of it is prescription drug prices and drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently...
Healthcare costs haven't come down. And once again, there's nothing's been done with healthcare. I think what I do hear anecdotally and what I hear from people is they're paying $2,000 a month or more for premiums minimum. And then, of course, you have 5 figures when it comes to deductibles and things like that. That's not healthcare. You know, nothing's really covered. And so we're talking about drugs. Well, that's great. Well, I haven't benefited from it. I don't know anybody that's benefited from it. Somebody in the chat, let me know if you have. But healthcare costs overall, I mean, why aren't we talking about premiums? Why aren't we talking about fixing the healthcare system? Why aren't we bringing premiums down and deductibles down to where they're affordable? Because they're not at all. At all. Not even close. I think a lot of people right now, especially after those premiums weren't getting the subsidies anymore, I think you're going to be a lot of people. They're going to be in a lot of trouble economically, and they're going to end up going bankrupt because of this. Because I don't think anything's going to get done. Because I haven't ever heard. We'll see what he says here, but that's a scary thing to me. You let me know what you think in the chat. The healthcare overall, the premiums that people are having to pay are astronomical. It's not, like I said, it's not even healthcare.
Added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics too, as I said, and that's 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I, wasn't sure whether or not I loved the idea, but they said we want to use Trump. TrumpRx.gov is what it is, and it's the hottest site, I think, anywhere on the planet, from what I understand, Bobby, right? It's really great. People are calling up and they're buying drugs for literally a fraction of the price. And it should be the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms. But the press doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe. Ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion, and we're asking actually for $1.5 trillion for the coming year. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, as you know. You saw what we did with Venezuela. That worked out very quickly. And we're doing really equally as well with, but again, people don't want to write about it, with Iran. Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either.
And once again, this is something that wasn't. Somebody mentioned in the chat. We were promised in the first term healthcare. That never happened. And of course, there's all kinds of excuses for that. Well, there were people against him on the other side, this and that. Even though Republicans had complete control at one point, still nothing was done. But you still have to take into consideration that this Iran thing was never part of the promise of what he was going to do when he was going to get in office. In fact, it was completely the opposite. Now we're talking about this and having to deal with this. And now it looks like there is going to be an invasion of Cuba imminently. There's military all over Cuba, so I think Cuba is going to be next. And meanwhile, we're talking about Trump RX, and we have no health care, but we're doing everything we can to go into all these other countries. So
that will have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, and they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have.
That's true. We do pay for Israel's health care. So we pay for a lot of things, and we've been paying for a lot of things for Ukraine too. We were paying a lot of salaries in Ukraine with a lot of taxpayer money too.
To go back and finish it? Maybe we don't. Right now, I mean, you can speak to Steve Witkoff and Jared. They're doing a good job, but right now I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall.
Yeah, Carla, and that's the thing. It's like, think about how many billions we spend on all this stuff, and if you took that same money, that same amount of money, and you put it towards your own country, think about how many people would actually have health care. Yeah, I'm as far right as you could be, but at the same time, I believe that people should be able to afford health care. But yet, we can send it to all these foreign countries and get involved in all these wars, but we can't do anything to help our own people. But you're going to see some interesting things that are said in this cabinet meeting. And that's why I'm playing it today. Because those of you, let me know in the chat if you heard where he said that he doesn't care about Americans and gas prices and their finances. Let me know in the chat if you heard that, him say that in a press gaggle that he didn't care. But he also talks about too here, and I'm not going to give it away because it's a pretty big deal. But he says something here once again that's very parallel, similar to to saying that he doesn't care about Americans' finances. What do you say to that? What do you say to that when you say, I don't care about Americans and their finances? I mean, how can you continue to support a guy who says that about people? It's crazy.
They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that, very simple, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was.
He doesn't care about the midterms. Now, it's funny because you look at Marco Rubio and just the look on Marco Rubio's face is like, holy shit. You know, Tulsi Gabbard recently resigned. She claims it was because of her husband's health issues. I'm not so sure that's the case. I mean, it might be one of the reasons, but not the main reason. But to say that I don't care about the midterms, all I care about is Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. I don't care about Americans' finances, that, I mean, why do you have to keep repeating that over and over again? Why is that necessary to continue to repeat? And meanwhile, it's not me saying this. It's everybody out there, including those who voted for him, are saying, we're done. We're walking away. Because he just doesn't care about America. He just cares about what's going on in Iran.
The prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that, very simple, Iran cannot have a nuclear
Julianne,
weapon.
thank you for the
I'm doing
sub.
that
I
for the
appreciate
world.
it.
I'm not doing it just for us. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it at all, but we've had great support from other nations. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need
Yeah, Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon. We had the JCPOA and already in place. Now we're reverting back to the JCPOA. That's what's going to end up happening in order to get out of this entire mess. We had Iran under control under that JCPOA. You've been brainwashed to think that Iran, it was necessary for us to get rid of a nuclear weapon from Iran. This has everything to do with Israel. And then you talk about what communist countries are importing drugs into our country. It's China. China's importing fentanyl through those countries. So it's China that's doing it. You don't need to invade the country. And by the way, they're invading the country because of the technocracy. It has to do with a whole hemispheric thing that we're going to be taking over. Why was Greenland necessary? Why was Canada necessary? it's part of the technate. And you can read all about it on my website, DennisHendrickson.com, where I go through it all. But none of this stuff was on the table before. I mean, if you were to say that, yes, we all voted for Trump because we wanted him to go after all of these countries, including Iran, that's a different story. But to sit there and say, oh, well, you don't want to have, or you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? First of all, they didn't have one. We already had an agreement in place, and Israel didn't want that agreement that was already in place. They wanted Donald Trump to tear up the JCPOA. I mean, when I see people repeat that, oh, you just want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, it's like, no, you don't know the past history of any of this stuff. When you regurgitate that, that's a talking point that you're regurgitating. That's not what this is. That's not what this is about. And everybody knows, who pays attention to this stuff knows that that's not what this is about.
You don't get the support. With Operation Epic Fury, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror never obtains a nuclear weapon, and they won't. Under the leadership of Vice President J.D. Vance, very proud of this, the White House Task Force to eliminate fraud is waging war on waste, fraud, theft, and abuse like nobody's ever seen before. He looks like Elliot Ness. Do you ever see Elliot Ness? I'm telling you, the guys are up there, we're all central casting, standing behind. What a group of people. No, it looks like a movie. I'm going to make a movie out of it, I think. And they're finding billions and billions and billions of dollars. And I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said that. And, if he does really great, we'll have a balanced budget without having to do anything. This is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves. And I hope that Todd is going to do a real job. These are crooked people. These are thieves. This isn't like a mistake. Just talking about one person, he got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man. He was a service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook. They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell. Ilhan Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. We got them. Now we're putting the clamps on, but boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? What do you see? I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of, just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen. And no other administration would do what we're doing.
And think about it. It was Nick Shirley, a 20-year-old kid, who went out with a camera, a GoPro, and a couple of microphones, and he's the one that figured all this stuff out. So I think you should be embarrassed. If you're in administration, you're in law enforcement, you should be embarrassed that a 20-year-old kid figured this stuff out and you couldn't.
Just let it go. Everybody was getting rich. And I think we have a chance to...
Yeah, there's only one person that was arrested in recent, the ringleader. And she's some white woman. So, of course, they're like, oh, look, it was a white woman. She was the one who was operating the whole thing. I think she got like 40 years. But all the other people involved, I haven't heard a thing. And then that was just the daycare fraud. Nick Shirley also found the hospice fraud in California. I haven't heard anything about that. That's not on the news. And then I don't know if any of you have heard about this other stuff that's going on like the Discord servers and stuff like that, where there's a lot of child stuff going on. And FBI has made a few arrests, but none of the press is discussing any of these lunatics that are out there on the internet that are grooming kids and stuff like that. And that's the other thing. It's like, it's amazing to me how all of this stuff with Epstein and everything else just disappeared. Like nobody cares about the kids anymore. It's like that's not even on the table anymore. Like whatever happened to that? If everybody is still behind this administration. Why aren't we going after? That was the whole point, wasn't it? To bring justice for all the kids. And now no one seems to care. Now we're talking about Iran. Everything else is like off the radar now. It's really, it's so sad.
Save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them.
The thing is and when I talk about this, a lot of people drop off because I know there's a lot of people that are still, I mean, I voted for the guy. A lot of people voted for him. And a lot of people have realized that this is, we got bamboozled. And you have to admit the fact that that's what happened. Yeah, I could man up or woman up or whatever and say, hey, you know, this was, I don't know what happened. I think a lot of us are dazed and confused. But there are people that are just ride or die. And it's like, what is wrong with you? And I still see some of these guys, and these were a lot of the QAnons early on that were like, Donald Trump was the savior. He was going to save the children and all that. And they're still to this day, because they cannot admit the fact that they were wrong. They still are, they listen to these, and I watch these guys with fascination, like how they can still say, yeah, you know, stick with me, you know, and, you know, buy my gold and buy my silver, all this type of stuff. And now they're doing, in order to make money, their grift now on these supporters is crypto. They're getting to buy into this crypto. So, and I can tell you, I know what's going to happen. They're eventually going to get rug pulled. They're going to invest all this money because these past Q people still continue to push the horizon off and off and off, that somehow he's still there for you. Don't worry about it. The plan is still going to come. The plan is still going to work itself out. I say, no, it's not. At what point now do you think the plan is going to? We had 2016, 10 years ago, and now we're here, and nothing's still nothing's happened. And mass deportations is over with. That was the number one promise. And then you want to drop off because you can't handle the fact that we've been lied to, that we've been bamboozled. The part of the reason why the country can't move forward and get better is because people can't admit when they were wrong or have been wronged. The COVID vaccine is a perfect example of that. No one's ever going to admit. Some do, but very, very, very few. A fraction, a nano fraction. People who admit that they got bamboozled on that whole thing. And then it's probably difficult for them to say, you know, it was really hard. It's hard for me to admit how wrong I was because I told my kid to get the vaccine. I know a lot of people who force their kids, 12-year-olds and younger, to get these vaccines. And they never needed them because their immunity was so strong it wasn't necessary. But they'll never admit that they could potentially have caused the death of their own children because they pushed something that should never have been pushed. But they'll never admit, hey, I got that wrong. Or, hey, we were railroaded on that 6 feet, the 6 feet of separation, that really made a difference. No, it didn't. Masking didn't make a difference. All this stuff, we were all railroaded. But no one will admit that they were. And this is an example of the exact same thing. It's not for nothing. The people that are in this administration, including him, are the ones who created all this stuff when it came to COVID, by the way. A lot of the people that are in power today are the same ones that bamboozled all of us in the whole COVID thing. So the country's never going to move forward. The world will never move forward until people start to admit that they've been lied to.
Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old. but that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people at Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good that you've never seen anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people in Social Security.
Yeah, I agree about, that the Biden administration forced it, but at the same time, it was Trump who put into effect Operation Warp Speed and still to this day won't admit that the vaccine had problems. At least he said that it shouldn't have been mandated, but at the same time, he didn't do enough. I mean, why is Anthony Fauci still walking the streets? Why hasn't he been brought up on charges? Now it's too late because I think the statute of limitations is too far. Why aren't people being pulled in? No one's been held accountable during this administration for anything. Alejandro Mayorkas has not been held accountable for allowing all the people to come into this country illegally. Maybe he might have been pardoned by Biden. I don't know. Why aren't any of the people in the NGOs during the mass migration, the illegal migration, why aren't any of the NGOs, the people running the NGOs, why have they not been brought up on charges? We were told that sanctuary city mayors and sanctuary city state governors were going to be put in jail, or at least tried. None of that happened. No one's been held accountable for anything. The only arrest that I'm aware of that I can remember was the warmonger guy, and I can't think of his name. Somebody on the chat will remember his name. So, no, Trump is part of that as well. So you can blame Biden for a lot of it because it was during his administration on the lockdowns and everything else. But Trump created the vaccine itself.
If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by.
See, the thing is if you're going to sit there and say it's between Democrats and Republicans too that have done damage to the country, then once again you don't know what's going on. You have no clue. Because it's not the politicians that are in control; it's the billionaire class, the Epstein class, the Peter Thiels, who now has run off to Argentina. People are trying to figure out why that is. The Miriam Adelsons, the Bill Ackmans, the Elon Musks. They control everything. Then the pharmaceutical industrial complex, the military industrial complex, Larry Fink. Those are the people that control America. In fact, they control the entire planet. So to sit there and make it about Republicans and Democrats, they're all on the same team. Have you not figured that out yet?
The federal government, you saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism. They said. It was incredible, actually.
Biden's not in the Epstein files. Yeah, Biden and Hunter Biden and that entire family had their own freak, crazy sexual stuff going on there. So to sit there just because they weren't in the Epstein files, they weren't guilty of all the same type of stuff.
And I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet. So congratulations, JD. Be vicious like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually.
I mean, how is Howard Lutnick still in the administration? I mean, those of you in the chat, let me know if you know all about Howard Lutnick and his whole situation, how much he's lied, and the guy's still there. How is that possible? How in a world that we live in 20, 30, 40 years ago, how would a guy like that still be in an administration? Tell me. It's the most bizarre, crazy thing that guy is still there. But this is what we're dealing with.
Come up with some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi's worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead and they weren't dead. They were right there, and she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI with Cash and with Todd and with JD and everybody else. It was amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence and cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States. She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although, when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them. But the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax too, and revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see. And we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. You know, it's people are very interested in it. It actually became the #1 topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with extraterrestrial things, and
it's all bullshit. This extraterrestrial, it's all bullshit. Let's just use whatever we can to try and get people's attention off everything else that's going on. Everything that's released is some freaking metal ball or some friggin' Tic Tac flying around. It's absolute total trash. And Carla, yeah, more people are starting to come together and realize. But there's just so many that they'll ride right off the cliff. But you're right. There are a lot more people that are starting to come to the realization that this whole thing, I mean, because the thing is like every single day, something else comes out that goes, I can't believe that this just happened. I can't believe it. I don't care about Americans' finances. I don't care about the midterms. Because the midterms are over. I mean, and then, I mean, don't take my word for it. Look at his approval rating. It's not me saying it. The approval rating isn't absolutely in the toilet. And I'm convinced, anybody that's in here now that's or on any social media are bots that are still in support. They're like an Eric Daugherty, Cat Turd, Jack Posobiec, even Tim Pool. A lot of these social media influencers, even Steven Crowder, I can't watch any of them anymore. I can't listen to them anymore. I can't handle it. Because they're getting paid to say these things and to not be critical, because that's not who these people have been in the past. So, but yeah, I agree with you, Carla, that people are starting to wake up more.
People are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it? So a lot of people out there are like it, but we're releasing all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to feel great soon. You're going to get him better. and he's a wonderful guy. So just say hello and thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people. And the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Central Casting. He loves war. I don't know. He's a good man, that one. And
I thought it wasn't a war, though.
Essent, you talk about a guy doing a job.
Loves war, but it wasn't a war. You said that in the beginning. This was not a war. See, you know, and once again, it's a conflict. But it's hard to keep all the lies straight when you have to keep telling them.
Been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say, but we did that once and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now if I do this way, they'll say, he didn't let anybody talk.
That's true. I haven't heard anything for the people yet.
Let's start with JD, and you can talk about a really, really important thing, bringing our country back to honesty. A tremendous amount of money is involved. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the Fraud Task Force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate, and I'll come to the President and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, he'll say, for what? For the Fraud Task Force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level, and that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the Fraud Task Force. So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing at finding student loan fraud. You've got people who are either illegal aliens or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more. Scott at HUD has been amazing, because a lot of the fraud that we see is housing fraud, people claiming benefits that they're not entitled to, or again, sir, sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer. Brooke at the Department of Agriculture, something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program. The federal government has no insight into whether those food stamps are going to people who are legally entitled or whether those people actually even exist. And so we're working on a number of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits are actually entitled to them. And I could go down the list. I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in this room. Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz have been particular all-stars on this, and Kim at H&HS. What they've done with the Medicaid fraud, we found tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid and Medicare fraud just from their hard work. We've cut that off, and yes, Mr. President, we're going to find a lot more. The final thing I want to say, Mr. President, and I know that Todd maybe has something to say about this as well, but I always try to remind the American people, and certainly remind the cabinet officials. By the way, Kelly at SBA has found tens of billions of dollars that were from fraudulent loans that were giving under the Biden administration, and we've now cut that off and recovered a lot of that money. So this has been a whole of government effort, Mr. President. The team really deserves a great deal of credit here. But the final point I want to make, sir, is I always try to remind the American people that fraud is fundamentally a crime with two victims. The most obvious victim are the American taxpayer. They pay their taxes, they expect the money to go where it should go, and that's not happening because of the fraudsters. But there are also victims, people who benefit from these programs that don't exist if we're not actually taking care of the fraud issue. And let me just give one example to build on something you said earlier, sir. One of the people that Todd just prosecuted was a person who was collecting a lot of money from the American taxpayer to take care of elderly citizens, people who worked their entire lives, paid their taxes, should have had dignity and nobility.
Yeah. What about all the insider trading that was going on when the oil prices were going up and going down? Are we investigating that at all too? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad we're finally getting around to dealing with all the fraud that's going on. And by the way, nothing's going to happen. They're just telling you that what they want you to believe is that they're cracking down on all this stuff. Hey, we closed the border. Great. You're supposed to do that. But we're not going to deport anybody that's here. Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said that you were going to have mass deportation. Yeah, we're not going to do that, because if we do, we're going to have a lot of people protesting in the streets, and we don't want to shoot any of them. So that's just not a good look for us. So yeah, we know we promised the voters that that's what we were going to do, but we're not going to do that now. Oh, Nick Shirley has to point out fraud to you. Now all of a sudden you're cracking down on fraud. Oh, why are you telling us about the fraud? Well, we don't want you paying attention to all the stuff that we're not doing. We just want to tell you that we're cracking down on all this fraud. But we're not going to lower your taxes or anything. We're not going to give you better health care. We're not going to reverse all of the costs that you have to pay as an American citizen. We're just going to make you all warm and fuzzy that we're going out and doing something, and when you actually aren't doing anything. So yeah, Carly, make another great point that, oh, it took you that long? Oh yeah, well, because Nick Shirley, a YouTuber, had to figure it out. Now all of a sudden you guys are jumping all over it. And this is just, hey, let's just throw some red meat out at you. Let's just get everybody riled up, rah, like everything's awesome. And then you're never going to hear about any of this. You're never going to get your health care. You're never going to get mass deportations. You're never going to get your taxes eliminated. You're never going to get anything that you were promised at all. And that's where I just don't care anymore. I'm done pretending. I'm done, trying to coddle those who are still on board, which is mostly bots at this point. You can't possibly be in favor of what's going on anymore. But yeah, I mean, that's all this shit is.
In old age, but it was deprived from them from fraudsters who say that.
Yeah, Kurt, it's just a show for their voter base. So they swallow the garbage, and that's what it just keeps you. It keeps you on the hamster wheel, keeps you going. It keeps that. You're walking out the desert and you see the horizon, but it just keeps on going. And that's where a lot of these people, when I see these other people on Rumble, these QAnon, originated from the QAnon thing and are still going, and they're still taking advantage of these people. These people just don't want to admit that they were lied to. I mean, I don't know how many years it's going to take before they fucking, finally figure it out. We were promised all these things in 16. We were promised all these things in 24. And now what do we have? We've got nothing. We don't have a thing.
They're taking care of them, who collect a check to take care of them, but then abuse and neglect these people. And particularly one man who died because he wasn't getting adequate care, and that guy was still collecting benefits to take care of a person who he had completely neglected. So not only do you have an American taxpayer who's paying into these programs, you have an elderly citizen deprived of his dignity because we're not going after the fraudsters. Well, now we are.
How much money did he get?
Sir, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that, but we think that that exact type of fraud has been replayed all over our country. That particular case was outside of Minneapolis. We expect that there are tens of thousands of people who are collecting fraudulent money to take care of people, and they're not actually taking care of them. We're, of course, going to get to the root of as much of it as we can. But again, sir, it's been, I wouldn't say fun, because you find out how much people have been taken advantage of, but it's certainly very good and valuable work. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Attorney General,
Yeah.
please.
I'll just continue to talk about what the Vice President was just talking about. The way that we are actually, it's one thing to uncover fraud, which we've done, and that's part of it, but it's also prosecuting the bad guys that are doing it and stopping it from continuing. And
see, these guys know that people get riled up when they hear about this stuff. When you watch the Nick Shirley YouTube videos, they're in the millions of views. You know why? Because people get angry when they see that others are taking advantage of them. So don't think for a second that this administration is not putting on a show right now. Because that's what they're doing. And they know exactly what they're doing. They're absolute professionals at what they do. The spin doctors of spin doctors. And so they're throwing the red meat out there. They're getting everybody raw. Look at what we're doing. and you're not going to hear shit about it. You're never going to see a perp walk. You're never going to see this person on mainstream TV. And it's individual. It's like they're only talking about a couple of people here and there. When you watch if you haven't, I encourage you to watch these videos with Nick Shirley. It is hundreds, if not thousands upon thousands of people that are committing these crimes. That's why it's basically in the trillions of dollars that have been stolen from the taxpayer. But these guys know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They're just putting a little stuff out there to make you think that something's happening, but you're not going to hear shit about it. It's been going on for decades this way. It's never changed. And again, they're the puppets of the billionaires, because what are the billionaires don't care. They're not paying the taxes. Or the taxes they're paying is meaningless to them. The middle class, they're the ones who are operating everything, and the money that comes out of their pockets. We don't care about them. Let them deal with it. Let them deal with the shitty healthcare. Let them deal with the crime. Let them deal with, because they don't have security. They don't live in mansions in neighborhoods with gates and guards and things like that. But we're going to tell them how hard we're working to crack down on all this stuff. They're not cracking down on shit.
Where you have everybody in this room has inspector generals, and for many years, these really hardworking law enforcement members would identify fraud, and nobody did anything about it. DOJ prosecuted it, but spent very little resources on that. So what we've done just in the past 51 days,
great changing the camera there.
400 law enforcement actions in this country related to major fraud. That's search warrants, that's arrests, that's convictions, that's indictments that are filed, and that's just 51 days. And it's not just the great prosecutors. It's the FBI agents, it's DHS and HSI agents. It's everybody in this room that has inspector generals that are now, they have been freed up. And it's because of you, it's because of the vice president saying this is going to be a priority of what we are going to do. Not just the Department of Justice. Even though we're the prosecutors that are putting bad guys in jail, it's also the law enforcement at every agency, FBI and DHS. And so we're already seeing results. We had a $1 billion fraud, a conviction at trial last week out of Florida. And this was an organization that was stealing from senior citizens in Florida, duping them. There were call centers set up in the Philippines, and they were duping them to buy medical equipment that they didn't need, that they would never get, and that the taxpayers paid for. And so that's a good win. We arrested.
I've been getting calls for that for like 15 years. I've been getting calls for those things. That somebody calls me up and says that you want to buy like a friggin' seat for your shower through Medicare. I mean, it's like, that's been going on forever. Now we're just getting to it. The Medicare fraud for medical equipment that seniors don't need. Now you're talking about that? That's not even what's going on. Once again, all these other things have been going on with the hospice care. Why aren't we talking about that? I guarantee they're not going to mention a thing about that.
15 guys in Minnesota last week. The vice president mentioned one of them. These are people that are not, they're just stealing. And many of them are here illegally. And so you have people who are in this country illegally who are then taking advantage. And the vice president says something a lot that...
Why are they still here? What do we need? Another 6 months? We need another year? How much longer do we need? We got to get past the midterms before we can actually start getting rid of people. I thought we were getting rid of these people. So all of this stuff is still going on, and we still have criminal, illegal aliens that are in the country that are stealing from the U.S. taxpayer, stealing from your mom and dad, stealing from your grandparents. They're still here stealing. No one's gone anywhere, but yet the border's closed. Great. Thank you. No border wall yet. But we still have, Todd Blanche just said it right here, right now. These people are still here in America that are taking advantage of all of us. Isn't that great?
Resonates with me. The generosity of the American people, the generosity of everybody in this room, the leadership, to take care of the people in this country that are the most, that deserve it the most. Children who are supposed to get food at school, and you have men just stealing, taking that money. And so that's what we're focused on. We are standing up, as you know, Mr. President.
This is so beyond cringe anymore. It's hard to watch. It's so pathetic and embarrassing to watch these people say this stuff. It's such an act. It's so cheese dick. It's barely watchable.
President, you allowed us to stand up a new division at the Department of Justice. It's our entire existence of that division is to combat what we're talking about. And then every U.S. Attorney's Office is now focused on it as well. So this is something that will result in a better place for every citizen in this country and save money, a lot of money, and also it's the right thing to do for our tax dollars, Mr. President.
And billions of dollars was given out just very quickly before Biden left office. Billions and billions were given out. And I mean, I know of many cases, but one, I don't know what's happened with it, but I think you're looking at it. I know Lee was involved in it environmentally. Stacey Abrams was given $2 billion for an account that had $103 in it, an environmental fraud, I guess. And she had $103 in this newly opened account. And before leaving business, they put $2 billion into the account. And they had no reason for existence. They were unable to say what they did with it. $2 billion. Lee, do you want to just mention something about that?
Well, thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, that was canceled. And they no longer have access to that $2 billion.
They fought like hell. They wanted that money. Go ahead.
In fact, it was over $29 billion that it's now been canceled at EPA. You told us to make it a priority. Now this happened as soon as you came in. After the election, before your inauguration, they were caught on video saying that they were rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before you're swearing in because they were afraid that once you were sworn in, you were going to stop it. Well, that part they were right.
We did. Yeah, we did. Great job.
And we're happy to do it, Mr. President. And the Department of Justice under Todd Blanche's leadership, they just secured another big win in the appeals court on some recently canceled grants for different agencies. So great attorneys making sure that this accountability is delivered over the finish line. It's been a great team effort.
And we're building more, most importantly, we're building more factories and plants in the United States now than at any time ever before. $18 trillion coming in. That's not including the 12th month, that's 11. And I say it often that the Biden administration had much less than 1 trillion, and we have 18 trillion. And when those final numbers come up, they'll be even higher than that. That's a record in the history of the world. No country's ever done that. And that money's going into plants, and you are giving them very fast approvals, thorough and environmentally correct, but fast approvals. And you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Another man doing a fantastic job, I think we all agree, is Marco. You're all over the place, right? I watched you last night at 3 different locations. So tell us about Iran.
Well, first of all, the bottom line is Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. And if recent events have done anything, is just remind us once again that they are the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. And they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, the president's preference, Mr. President, your preference is told us repeatedly.
You know, they have, you realize how many times that's also a strategy, by the way. Okay, they are told through their people, the spin doctors, the analysts, the advisors, whatever you want to call them. They're told to say that. That's another cringe part of all of this and how embarrassing it is. What's even worse is how many people fall for it. As they continue, they're told to say, repeat this again and again and again, every opportunity you get. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Because by doing that, what it does is it brainwashes a lot of people. I can't remember who said it, but they say if you repeat a lie long enough or enough times, it becomes the truth. I think it might have been Mark Twain. So when you keep repeating that same thing over and over again, and you're doing it like they're doing now, because don't forget, Marco Rubio made it very explicitly clear in the very beginning that the whole reason that we got involved in this war is because of Israel. He said it on camera. It's not an opinion or anything like that. And so after that happened, there was this whole huge thing that happened because of it. And the United States, or the Trump and everybody else had to backpedal. They all had to figure out, what are we going to say? What are we going to do? because they couldn't say that it was because of Israel. So they're saying, no, it's because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they have to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. And that's strategic in the sense that the more often they repeat it, the more that becomes a talking point, and more of those people that listen to it believe that that's the case. So keep that in mind. And if you ask yourself, well, why do these guys keep saying this over and over and over again? That's why they're told to say this over and over and over again.
As always, to negotiate these things and to figure out if you can have agreements. Diplomacy is always the first option. And we continue to work on that through your envoys, Mr. Woodcock and Kushner and others, the vice president, who've been very involved. And if there's an agreement to be made, we want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made. I just want to remind everybody, Mr. President, you know this well, you have other options available to you if that doesn't work. But the bottom line is that we prefer the negotiated diplomatic route, and we're going to give it every chance to succeed. I know you're giving it every chance to succeed, Mr. President. But here's the bottom line, because I keep getting asked, what is this all about? It's very simple. Iran and these people in charge of Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
Said it again. I mean, they're told. I mean, it's beyond obvious. At this point, beyond obvious. I mean, it was beyond obvious from the very beginning, but for them to have to continue, I mean, it is so unbelievably pathetic. But you have to understand these things and realize these things, and not enough people do. They fall for it. They fall for that repetitive, let me repeat the lie again and again and again, and until people start believing it. And that's why you see so many people saying, "Oh, well, what do you think? What do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon?" Because they hear this, and that's exactly how it works. It works really well. It's amazing how well it works. But that's how the saying goes: you repeat a lie enough times, it becomes the truth, and that's exactly what's happening.
And they will never have a nuclear weapon, and they most certainly will not have one as long as you're President of the United States. On that point, it's very clear. Just two quick things I want to touch upon. One, you touched upon the border and security. Part of securing our border is dealing with the people that are in this country unlawfully, many of whom do not want to go back to the country that they originally came from for a variety of reasons. Either we can't send them there, or some judge ties us up. And one of the key things we have achieved is now 20 countries have signed third country national agreements, meaning these are safe countries where individuals who refuse to go back to their country of origin can be sent to that country instead. We've gotten 20 countries now around the world who have signed agreements that allow us to deport people to those places. What often happens when you go to the person who's here unlawfully and say, we're going to send you to this third country, is all of a sudden they decide they'd rather go back to their home country instead. So it gives the ability to enforce our laws, and we work very closely with the Department of Homeland Security on that front. Something else that I know is concerning people, because it's on the news, is Ebola. Our number one obligation, we're involved in foreign policy, but even our foreign policy, the number.
And do you not think that all of this stuff, when it comes to Ebola, what was the other disease that they were talking about, the one that came from rats, that one, they test these things. And by the way, Anthony Fauci gave that away in 2017 at Georgetown. For those of you who don't know, I'd say 99.9% of the people on the planet don't know this, that in 2017 at Georgetown, Anthony Fauci said that there was going to be an outbreak during the Trump administration. And it was going to be a surprise. He said it was going to happen. It was a Freudian slip. He let it slip, and it did. And then you had the Event 201 or whatever it was called. That was before all this stuff happened. They were practicing for the coronavirus outbreak. So this whole rat thing that's coming out. Yeah, the hantavirus. Thank you. That was the next one. Well, that didn't go anywhere. Now we're bringing back Ebola again. And this is to keep you fucking stressed out 24/7. That's what this is. What can we do? And this administration, any administration, it doesn't matter. They're the puppets. The billionaire class, the ones who are in control, are telling these people, you got to come up with something else, man. Keep these people down as much as you can. Come up with another virus, come up with Ebola, come up with hantavirus, come up with, killer measles, whatever it is, bird flu, whatever you can, come up with something in order to keep stressing these people out in order to gain control over them. That's what this is about. So now we're back to Ebola again.
One priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. And so the State Department.
Yeah, remember climate change was a big deal, but now all of a sudden climate change doesn't mean anything. Why? Well, we have to build data centers. We have to build so many data centers all over the freaking country and the world. Why? Because eventually when everybody gets pissed off, because everybody eventually is going to get pissed off, we need the control grid to have enough data centers to be able to hold enough data to be able to control everything that you do. But climate change means nothing when you're taking all the water in order to cool these things. And then tell me if you heard about the case in Oregon where they're using water to cool these data centers, and then the water has nitrates in it. And when the water goes out, it's making people sick and it's toxic. So now the climate doesn't mean anything anymore, because you know why? Climate change was used to stress everybody out, to control what you do and what you say and all this stuff. Now that's not important anymore, because the data centers are more important. And by the way, if you watch the news and you see all these people that go to these council meetings and they speak out against them, they all get arrested. If you speak out against these data centers and you say that you have a problem with them, you get arrested. What do you think? Anyone, let me know in the chat. Do you know what's going on with the flock cameras? So the flock cameras are a way to control you, to follow you and see everywhere where you go. That's part of the whole control mechanism. And that's what's happening. So this Ebola thing, it's predictable. And that's the other thing. All of this stuff now is just so predictable. But they know they can get away with it because people fall for it all the fucking time. And it's like, more people need to wake up. This is a way to control you and stress you out constantly, make your life miserable. So when you're constantly in fear, you turn to these people and you turn to the government, who is, what are they going to do? They're going to control everything you do. That's the point.
Department and other agencies represented here, the Centers for Disease Control, HHS, others are working very, very hard to contain this crisis to the countries where it's currently located, particularly the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And so we've surged assistance to make sure that is being contained there. And obviously, multiple agencies involved here are also very involved in tracking people, just to make sure that nobody comes into this country that has Ebola and creates a problem for us. And we feel like we've got good efforts in place to do that, and Americans should feel.
And by the way, all of you should be concerned when you have Mark Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel left the country to go move to Argentina. He probably has some multi-million dollar bunker somewhere. Zuckerberg's got a multi-million-dollar bunker in Hawaii somewhere. All of these billionaires have bunkers. Why do you think they have bunkers? You think they just built them just for the sake of having them? Or do you think that shit's going to go down at some point? I got news for you. They don't build bunkers because they like living underground and having like a plaything that they can go down and like hang out and play video games down in the dirt. They did it for a reason. There's also a reason why the big one they have in Colorado, they have trucks that were going in, just filling it full of food. So
assured that the president and his administration is doing everything we can to protect them on that front. My last point, said I was all over the place. One of the places I stopped in last night was to initial the Trump Route for Prosperity in Armenia. This is a key linchpin of the peace deal that you were able to achieve between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And in addition to that, we also signed a critical minerals MOU with them and a strategic engagement one as well. So just a reminder of another war you helped to settle, Mr. President. But from that now we are seeing the emergence of a great new relationship with Armenia that really had grown stagnant for a very long period of time.
Who cares?
So We're doing well on that front as well. Thank you.
And could I just ask you, Cuba and Venezuela, what's going on there?
Well, interesting. On Venezuela, that process continues, that three-phase process, of obviously stabilization, recovery, and transition. I would just say, just since January 3rd of this year, okay, and I think this number's right, and Chris or Doug can correct me on this, but I think over 10 million barrels of Venezuelan oil have been delivered to the United States since the 3rd of January. That industry is being professionalized for the first time ever. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. They are selling oil in the market at market rates. The money's going to an account in the United States, controlled and monitored by Treasury, audited by KPMG, and it's for the first time ever the money's not being stolen. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Cuba's in a lot of trouble because, unfortunately for them, it's run by a bunch of incompetent communists. Being communist is bad. Being an incompetent communist is like the worst. And but the country's been taken over by this company called Gaesa that basically controls 70% of the economy. None of the money in that company goes to help the Cuban people, none of it. So we'll be talking to them, we'll be working on it. We want something good for the Cuban people, and hopefully there'll be a good outcome there for them. There needs to be. It's 90 miles
That's encouraging, Michael. Thank you.
from our shores, and having a failed state 90 miles from our shores is a threat to the national security of the United States.
Since when?
So
It's
we're
all of a
producing
sudden
right
now
now
it is?
more oil by double than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. There's never been anything like that. We don't need oil, we don't need the Straits, we don't need anything, but we have.
See, and that's another thing he keeps saying. That we don't need the Strait of Hormuz. So then let's just fold up our tent and go home. I don't understand why we're still dealing with this. If we don't need it, why do we care? Can someone explain that to me? Why would you say we don't need the Strait, but then you want Iran to open the Strait? None of any of this has made any sense from the very beginning. None of it. Except for one thing. We're doing it on behalf of Israel. That's the only sensible reason of why we're doing it. And Marco Rubio said that from the very beginning, and they had to walk that back. They had to create this whole thing around what he said on camera. We know why we're doing it, but we're going to lie to you about why we're doing it. And now we're in a real serious dilemma. And I think they're teetering on the edge of disaster. There's bond market issues, which I might cover over the weekend. Obviously, the price of oil is continuing to go up. We're running out of oil. So things are being propped up, and I don't think they're going to be propped up for much longer. Just a matter of how long that's going to be.
More oil now being produced by 2 times than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. A great stat. Do you want to say something about that?
Well, I would, President Trump, under your leadership, we've opened up lease sales on public land. This is land that was put away for the benefit and the use of the American people, like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. The Biden administration had illegally stopped holding lease sales during their administration. President Trump famously said, drill, baby, drill, but before you can drill, you've got to open public lands. Between the lease sales that have happened in the Permian, in the Bakken, and on the North Slope, just since January of this year, it's over $4 billion of revenues come into the Treasury. That's 13 times more than the Biden administration brought in on lease sales in the entire 4 years they're in office. Sir, your policies brought that in 5 months. So with that, a lot of excitement, a lot of activity. We also inherited, just in one district in Carlsbad, New Mexico, 5,600 unprocessed applications to drill for oil and gas on public land. And when we're drilling on public land, those companies pay a royalty, and that money comes to all of our citizens, and it goes to local school districts, and it goes to states. It is
all these other countries that drill for oil and get oil, they pay their citizens. The United States doesn't pay us anything. So he's sitting here telling us, oh, well, we're going to get all this money. Why, if we're like supposedly making all this money and drilling for all this oil, why aren't we all getting paid? Isn't the United States one of the largest producers of oil? Why aren't the U.S. citizens getting paid anything at all? And I don't believe anything that this guy's saying. Doug Burgum.
Core of the economy in parts of our country. The team down there working for the Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, has dropped that by 91%. It's one of the reasons why they had a record lease sale. It's because now people go, I can bid on federal land and I'm going to get a permit to drill, and it's not going to take me 5 years to get it. I'm going to get it in a month or less. And so it's exciting to see your vision. And of course, with this energy dominance, us, as you just noted, largest oil producer in the world, largest natural gas producer in the world, largest natural gas exporter. This is an opportunity for us to bring prosperity and affordability here at home, but also bring peace abroad. So, President Trump, your energy dominance strategy with Chris Wright, Lee Zeldin, all the people that are working on this, people around the room, it's been really incredible. And of course, you mentioned Venezuela, but all that flowing to our Gulf Coast refineries is also helping to keep the price of gas down at home. So again, it's an amazing transformation. Bottom line is the center of geopolitics.
Let me know in the chat. What are you all paying for gas right now?
Around energy has moved from other parts of the world to the Western Hemisphere in the last 5 months. You turn Venezuela from a sanctioned adversary into a strategic ally in 45 minutes. Never happened in history before. And what's going on in Alaska, when I was there last week in Alaska, the North Slope, 80,000 barrels a day coming online at Pica. That wouldn't have happened with you. It's up by Willow on the North Slope. That's going into the Alaska pipeline. 20% increase just off that one field. So amazing work. Energy's a high-tech industry, and those guys are crushing it, and they're loving the fact that they can provide affordable, reliable, secure energy for America.
And we're working very hard in California. You know, a lot of people don't know this, but California has tremendous oil reserves. It used to be number 3 in the nation, and the radical left has just wiped it out. And we're working very hard to get that open again and get it so the people, their gasoline prices, their lack of energy is just staggering. It's staggering. And we're actually making very good progress. Even people that were against that at one point, now they're saying, wow, that'd be great. But people don't realize it was one of the, right, Chris? It was one of the top drilling states, one of the, I would say in terms of reserves, as among the top in the country. Nobody thinks of that with California. Everything was just closed down, really violently closed down. And we're opening up some of it, and we're being met with actually great spirit because they're paying so much for gasoline that they don't have to be doing that. And,
all right, everybody, who's going to be the first super chatter of the night? Let's go. And also, let's get the likes up. I think, where are we at here? Can't see them on the stream. Yeah, we have 24 likes. Let's get up to 50. It helps out the algorithm and gets more people in here. So do me a favor, hit that like button. All you have to do, you don't even have to hit a like button. All you have to do is double tap the screen. That's all you got to do.
have a very incompetent group of leaders, like grossly incompetent. So I think that's going to be something. On a slightly smaller subject, while Doug was speaking, Department of Interior, he and his people have done a fantastic job on D.C. D.C. is looking beautiful. The fountains are almost all open. We had 28 of them. And we have one in particular, a very long lake, we call it, the reflecting lake, between the Lincoln Monument. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
See, I don't care about that. I mean, it's nice, but who cares? I don't expect you, to me, that's not newsworthy. It should be taken care of. It should be dealt with. It should be clean, whatever. But that to me is not like a cabinet meeting worthy thing to talk about, especially with what's going on right now. But that's what's happening. It's like at some point, I go back to the restaurant scenario where I used to eat at this restaurant because it was convenient, because it was at this place I would always go to. And I happened to get this one dish lasagna. It was absolutely horrible. And the wife of the chef comes out and brings it and says, isn't that the best lasagna you've ever had? Like, you're trying to tell me But this is a great lasagna. Lasagna is fucking terrible, and you're trying to tell me that it's great. And that's what's going on now. It's like, aren't all these things great that's going on for you right now? Isn't that the best lasagna you've ever had? Isn't this the best America you've ever seen? Yeah, no, not really. Look at but the pond, like we cleaned the reflection pond. Thank you, Carla. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the first super chat of the night. I appreciate that very much. And then, and then you have retards that come in and say, you have TDS. It's the same old stupid. It's the dumbass comment that comes out, the TDS thing. You got to come up with something better than that.
Between Lincoln and Washington, you have the longest, like 2,400 feet long. That's longer than the tallest building in the world if you set it on its side. And it's almost 200 feet wide. And actually, it was built in 1922. And from 1922 on, it really never worked. It always leaked, and it was a problem, and a lot of things. And
tell me what Trump has done for you, Gwyneth Ennis, who says I have TDS, who I voted for, by the way. Mary, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. See, and they won't come up with anything because they can't, because it's impossible. There's nothing there.
Hundreds of millions was spent.
I know. And so it's such a dumb. It is so. Like, you should be embarrassed when you use those three letters. When you type those three letters, you should be embarrassed for yourself. But this is what I was talking about, the QAnon people and the people that are still brainwashed. They're still like, Trump's, he's gonna fix things. He's gonna help all the children. Meanwhile, why no one's talking about the Epstein files anymore? But I have TDS. The most pathetic thing to hear these days is to hear those three letters.
And the Obama administration spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get it to work, and they failed. And we'll be spending, you'll give me a number, but I think it's a very low number. It's like in the number that we originally talked about, where we cleaned it, we fumigated it. We had 10 major truck dumpsters of garbage taken out. Can you believe it? A friend of mine came in, very substantial person from Germany, wanted to see the Washington Monument. I wanted to see the Lincoln Memorial. He said, I look, but that horrible reflecting pond is disgusting. It's filthy, dirty, and disgusting. I said, really? I drove down. I said, Secret Service, let's take a drive. And we went down. I said, that's terrible. And for the most part, it didn't work. I mean, they wouldn't even have water in there. But when they did, it was just dirty, filthy water that leaked out. And we got to work on it. And it was supposed to cost almost $400 million, because it's like putting the skin on a skyscraper.
I don't care.
But bigger, much bigger.
Who cares?
Many skyscrapers, you could almost say, other than for the world's tallest. Think of it, the world's tallest skyscraper is shorter than 2,400 feet.
Carla, you're on the horizontal stream. So those of you wondering, we're doing both horizontal and vertical streams at the same time. And the reason why is because YouTube will not show, like, I'm surprised that you even got, Carla, that you're even on the horizontal stream. But yeah, they don't show, like, it doesn't get shown to people to come in and watch. So that's why I continue to do the vertical as well as the horizontal. So you're not seeing the chat from the vertical stream. That's why.
So we went to work, and over the years I built hundreds of pools. I build them every time I built a building. I always like to build Olympic-sized swimming pools, and I was very aware swimming pool, what goes into making a swimming pool. It's not as simple as people think. You never want it to leak. You want to have beautiful surface. I said, I have an idea, Doug. We sat down. I said, let's take that long thing where we're going to fix it with concrete, which leaks, concrete, all sorts of other materials that all leak and don't look good. They're gray. And, swimming pool, I have a swimming pool right up the road. I built it 22 years ago. It's perfect. I said, does it ever leak? No. It's perfect. Good contractors. I actually called in a couple of the contractors, got some ideas.
But see, if we're talking about this, Scott, and I hear what you're saying, if this is what's on the priority list, then I'm not so sure that we're going to have a safe and prosperous life. here. You know, when you have all of our taxpayer money going to wars that we were promised we were never going to have, when mass deportations have ceased, when we don't have health care. I mean, some employed people might have decent health care, but self-employed, those who are unemployed, because there's a lot of unemployed right now, don't have health care. Yeah, especially the mass deportations. When that's not happening, you have competition from people from foreign countries. When you have people that are competing for those jobs, you don't get those jobs. I'm telling you right now, the job market is in the toilet, and the numbers, they always get adjusted every single time. There are people not getting jobs, and a lot of the jobs that you're seeing out there are considered what they call ghost jobs. They're not even real. So everything right now that's really keeping the stock market up is all this AI data center bullshit, and all this stuff is eventually going to come to an end. You know, the music's going to stop, and there will not be any chairs to sit in. I mean, yeah, I mean, the violence right now is absolutely nuts. Now we got to worry about Ebola. We had to worry about the hantavirus. We're constantly under attack by our own government. Now these data centers I mean, they're making people sick because they're taking all the water and they're destroying the environment. But the environment, what used to be important, it's not important anymore. More people are fleeing America and leaving America than I think in the last 100 years. There is actually more people leaving America now, going to Mexico, going to different countries in Eastern Europe. I mean, you just look at all the videos that are on YouTube telling you how to do it. There are more people that are leaving this country. That's not good. That's bad. And then when you have, I mean, by the way, I'd like to go to Japan actually. And what's up, Fish? I would like to go and visit that country. But when you have when your own president literally comes out on camera and says, "I don't care about the Americans' finances," and then just came, during this one, if you came in late, said, "I don't care about the midterms," that tells you everything you need to know. And I'm telling you right now, the whole thing with the Epstein, all this stuff ties into the Epstein files. I really do believe that you have more freedoms in other countries than you do here, and things are going to progressively get worse here. I don't believe I'm not a world traveler, so I don't know for sure, but I'm telling you right now, I think if you were to leave this country, and I'm sure a lot of you are from other countries, you could say what you think. I'd love to hear what you have to say about it, but I really, you can't. Well, if I really do have freedom, why are there anti-Semitic laws being passed in this country? I'm not allowed to say whatever. There's a First Amendment in this country, but now we have anti-Semitic laws. Why is it as white people, we're not allowed? I mean, it's okay for everybody to abuse white people, but anybody else, that's off limits. Yeah, I mean, if you're white over a certain age, you can't get a job. I mean, that's obvious what's going on now. That's partly what I do for a living when it comes to insurance and research and stuff like that. Street takeovers. Look at the cities that we're in. Would you want to walk around in Washington D.C. at 3 a.m? Would you want to walk around certain parts of Chicago at 3 a.m? New York City, L.A., Houston, Portland? You call that safe? I mean, you think countries 50 years ago were like that, to where you couldn't, walk downtown and not get killed. So to say that we live in a safe country, I think we're probably one of the more dangerous countries in the world. I haven't looked it up. I'll do that when I finish the stream because I'm curious. But I can tell you right now. Yeah, I mean, some of the real more popular countries, believe it or not, are like Philippines, Vietnam, places I never would have guessed in a million years. But there are a ton of expats that live in those countries. Mexico even, which you would think, oh, well, why would somebody live in Mexico with all the cartels? The Mexicans are getting pissed because there's too many Americans moving to Mexico. But this country, I think, unfortunately, what has become of this country is that it has been used by the billionaire class. It's like that meme, if you've seen that meme of that cow and Obama's carrying a bunch of buckets and he's coming to milk a cow and the cow has nothing left. It's a really skinny cow and there's nothing left of it. That's America. It's been used and abused and taken advantage of, especially with the illegal immigrants, the NGOs, the billionaire class. There's nothing left of it. And that's why we're in the situation we're in. So, no, I honestly don't believe that the United States is all that safe. I mean, and take that part of it away. When you look at other countries, then I can tell you, I know for sure when it comes to other countries that the healthcare is way better. I went to the doctor the other day, and it was scary how bad it was. The people that they're hiring, the people that they have that are nurses now, it's scary. We're cooked. I got news for you. The healthcare system in this country is cooked. And I know for sure it's not like that in other countries. So just for that alone, America is in real serious trouble. And the way the demographics have shifted in this country, I think the longer you stay here, the longer you're putting your life in your hands.
Is from them, and I gave it to Doug, and Doug.
Yeah, I think if you're in flyover country and you're different parts, like yeah, but the problem is that you can't make a living there necessarily as easily as if you were in New York City or Chicago. You have to go to these cities in a lot of cases in order to get jobs, which quite honestly, you can't get a job anywhere right now anyway. But a lot of the jobs are in these cities, so a lot of people don't have much of a choice and really can't make a living, in flyover country. So they have to go to these cities, but then they have to deal with the crime and everything else.
He's done an unbelievable job, and so they were going to spend maybe $400 million. I don't know. You never know with cost overruns and everything, but it was going to take years to build, 3 years, 4 years, and we'll have it done before July 4th, substantially before July 4th. If we didn't have such bad weather the last 4 or 5 days, we could have been almost done. You can't do the substance of the rain. And what they did is they cleaned it. They took out, as I said, more than 10 dumpsters of garbage, shovels. It was disgusting. Every corner had massive amounts of, I guess that's the way the tide goes, but they had massive amounts of garbage. We then steam cleaned it. We then sandblasted it, and then we pebble blasted it. It's a bigger version of sand. We made the surface as good as it can be, and we're now covering it with the most beautiful blue, very thick. You think of it as a very sophisticated form of rubber. No leaks, no problems.
I can't believe we're talking about this.
It's called American Flag Blue. That was the color we chose. And we are probably 70% finished with it. It's going to be finished. The hard part's done. And then we decided to do much more than I thought I was just going to do the surface, but we said the problem is the outer ring looks pretty bad too, where you walk on. So we sandblasted that. This is all additional work. We didn't want to do, when you do something like this, when you do the one, you think the other looked okay, but then when the other, you see the new surface, the old stuff that looked okay looks really bad. So we cleaned that, sandblasted it, the walkways, all of it. It's a tremendous amount of area. It's thousands of feet long, very wide. This is where the people stand, not the water part, the dry part. And we had a combination of granite and stone, and we're pointing it, fixing it. The joints were terrible, everything. The whole place was a mess. And when it opens in a couple of weeks, long before July 4th, we want to have it for July 4th weekend, but it'll be long before that, you will see something that's really going to be beautiful. And now we're looking at the World War II fountain, because that's also in pretty bad shape. On the bottom, we're going to duplicate it, I think, with the...
Don't forget, they're building a stadium in the front lawn for MMA fights. I still think that that's some sort of like fake meme that's actually not happening, but I think it's actually happening.
Maybe with a slightly different color. Actually, we'll go with a lighter color. But Doug and I have a lot of fun doing it. Your staff is fantastic. They've really worked well. But the concept, so think of it, instead of spending $200, $300, $400 million, and it will never work, we're going to spend like $10 million, maybe $12 million, instead of spending.
Yeah, and by the way, don't forget the ballroom. Add that on it, because I'm sure the taxpayers are paying for the reflection pool and all that. Which, whatever, it needs to be done, but I really don't care to hear about it. Like, I'm glad it's being done. It should be done. That's part of whatever. But this ballroom thing, I'm pissed about that. And that right there is a bald-faced lie straight to your face as an American taxpayer. You were told on camera in the Oval Office that it was fully funded by donations, and now the taxpayers are paying for the ballroom.
I think 4 years, we're going to spend, like, if you add it all up, like a couple of months. And instead of going through 4th of Julys as a horrible construction site, we're going to have it open before the 4th of July.
Congratulations.
And the difference is it's better. Somebody said, oh, well, but it's not the same. Some of the fake news would say, well, but it's not. No, it's like the pen story. The pen is better at $2 than it was at $2,000. This is the same thing. This is far better. Won't leak. It'll last for 50 years, maybe 100 years. They didn't even know. I said, how long will this last? Oh, I think you'll get 50 years out of it. We did the swimming pool treatment, but they said, sir, for a little more money, we can get industrial strength. I said, that sounds good to me. Same color, same everything, same stuff, but it's actually much stronger. It's used for industrial. I said, I love that. So we're going to have that open. It's going to be really,
it's industrial
really
now.
Beautiful.
Isn't that great?
It's a very important thing. We can't have people looking at the Washington Monument, going the memorial. If you take a look, the Lincoln Memorial, it was built, I guess, a little after the Lincoln Memorial. It's embarrassing. It was so horrible. I never saw anything like it. It was filthy dirty. It was Biden. And they spent, between the two of them, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix this thing. Now, when Obama did it, he spent way over $100 million, and they had a great idea. Let's use the water from the Potomac, because environmentally they liked it. Somebody said that was good, but the water from the Potomac was not suitable for this, to put it mildly. It was disgusting what happened. And so they spent hundreds of millions, over $100 million, and they immediately closed it. It was closed for many months and nobody did anything. It was closed. It's basically been closed. But go back to 1922. It was always sort of, people think of it as beautiful, but it was always a mess. It's going to be unbelievable. It will be unbelievable. It's actually exciting. I want to ride over there today if I can.
That's great. I want health care.
Secret Services.
That's great. I want cheaper gas prices.
Walking along, checking the sidewalk, the new sidewalk.
That's great. That's great. I don't want our troops to go to Iran. That's great. I want my groceries to be cheaper. That's great. I want a better financial situation for my family and other people's families in the United States. That's all great. Thank you.
See whether or not they pointed it correctly. But they do. We have great contractors doing the job. But we'll spend a very tiny amount of money, and it'll be better than it ever was when it was built in 1922. It's very exciting, actually. To me, I love construction. It's very exciting.
He doesn't
and we
get
do
right.
many things. We did 28 or 29 families.
Just like all the billionaires, they don't care. Marco Rubio, let's just look at Marco Rubio. I don't, like, once again, I don't understand how these guys can put up with this. I would have resigned a long time ago. I mean, the only thing that I can think of, and this, you know, when you're talking about J.D. Vance, is that he has to be on the side of Trump, otherwise he's not going to get his endorsement. Same thing with Rubio. I think both these guys are planning on running for president, and they're both going to hope that they can get Trump's endorsement. I'm telling you right now, these guys are so clueless that his endorsement's not going to mean anything. But Marco, just look at Marco Rubio. You look at the look on his face every single time he's in one of these meetings. He absolutely wants to be somewhere else. Yeah, there's no winning going on. I'm not winning. Who's winning right now? Nobody's winning. We're the reflection pool is winning. Thanks, Marcel.
I made a contribution to redoing Lafayette Park. That's the entrance to the White House, and it was an embarrassment. The floors were broken. They had bricks. Some of the bricks were missing. You know where they're missing? They took them out to throw at people. We're going with them. It's going to be a world-class park. It'll be open pretty soon. They're doing a lot of work over there.
That is awesome. Let's get the 50 likes, everybody. Come on, help me out here.
And it's going to be really beautiful. That was really the front door to the White House, but you couldn't even use it. It was so terrible. People would come to the White House, and it was so terrible. So with that, I'm going to ask you to talk a little
thank
about
you for the sub. I appreciate it.
Success,
yes, sir.
including Venezuela. You might talk.
Absolutely, sir. I think actually your efforts on the reflecting pool are actually a great segue. If you look at Washington and Lincoln, these are two men that faced monumental tasks and stood up in historic fashion and delivered for the American people. And when you step back and look at 47 years of what Iran waged war against us and our people, there's only one man over the course of both presidency who has stood up and said they will never get a nuclear weapon, as Marco said. So whether it was Qasem Soleimani, whether it was scrapping the Obama...
Yeah, I mean, the only two people I trust in government, well, I mean, MTG's out, obviously, she resigned. Tulsi Gabbard, I also trust. And Massey and Ro Khanna, they're the only, Massey and Ro Khanna are the only ones that, or they're the ones that voted, or not voted, but put that bill in place to get the Epstein files out. But that's my question to everybody else. It's like, they did, I mean, isn't it amazing how good these guys are at doing things in order to get your attention off something? No one's talking about the Epstein files anymore. It is absolutely incredible how well they did to divert attention away from that. And even though they try to bring it back, it just disappears again. And you know, Todd Blanche, I mean, now that he's in charge, Todd Blanche is he's not going to do anything. Not that Pam Bondi was ever going to do anything, but you know, Todd Blanche, they're going to make it disappear. And a lot of people, they said it right. They were right. Yeah, you're never going to find out. That's why Howard Lutnick is still sitting there to Trump's left, or Hegseth's left. Do you think any of these guys are going to be held accountable? Hell no. No way. Because we got Iran now. We got all this other, we got this we had to take a little trip to Iran. They're all devastated. We won on day one, but we're still in a war with them. We're going to be done in a couple of weeks. Do you notice that 2 months ago or more, we were told that it was only going to be a few more days, that it was going to be over? So that's another lie on top of all the other lies that we were told. But yet you still support him? We were told, I mean, tell me in the chat, how many times were we told that it was going to be done in a few days, a couple weeks? It's not over yet. How many more lies do we have to be told before it should be at 100% at this point, where you say, okay, all right, I got it now. We were bamboozled. We were completely lied to, 100%. But I told you, like I said before, for some of you that are new in here, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon as the talking point that they are told to repeat. So like every chance you get, you need to say this, because the more you say this, the more it convinces people that are listening that that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Deal that was going to give them a weapon, whether it was the 12-day war or Operation Midnight Hammer. You created the conditions to ensure the American people and the world are safeguarded from this generational threat.
And how many times, too, doesn't it also get annoying that these guys talk the way they do to this guy? They talk to him as if he's like the dictator of North Korea. Like if they don't kiss his ass a certain way, they're going to get shot, or like they're going to get a rocket fired at their face or something.
Right. And so when you authorized Operation Epic Fury, just like you talked about with the reflecting pool, we didn't do the same old thing the way we'd done it in the past after, Iraq and Afghanistan, the way we waged wars. Instead, you said we're going to do this smart.
No, he will definitely not go down as the best president in history. He's ruined that. He's got the worst approval rating right now since, I think, Carter. No, Nixon during Watergate. So that's not true. And by the way, he's building his own monuments. No one's going to build him a monument. He's building them. The monuments you're talking about, he's building for himself right now.
We're going to do it overwhelming. We're going to use maximum lethality, and we're going to bring them to their knees. And so whether it's their Navy that's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, their Air Force, their air defenses, or their defense industrial base, they may have missiles, but they can't build more right now. And they can't build more drones right now. And they can't build more ships. And so they can't.
And by the way, somebody mentioned Bill Gates. Bill Gates, they're dropping ticks everywhere. Why aren't we investigating that? Why aren't we figuring out why boxes of ticks are being dropped everywhere? Why is Bill Gates still walking the streets and not arrested? And like I said before, why is all this stuff still happening and no one's been held accountable for anything? But you're still going to support this guy?
And cried uncle to talk, which Steve and Jared and the vice president and others are doing so ably. And during that time, we put in a world-class blockade. And they haven't been able to bring anything in or anything out from Iranian ports. And we know from the intel that their economy is hurting big time because that is their lifeblood.
So what?
Again, bringing them to the table. So whether it is through the efforts of your negotiators that they ensure that they never have a nuclear weapon, or we have to go back to the War Department to finish the job that way, we're prepared to do that. And I think even our reach on the dark fleet of Iranian tankers, no Iranian tanker around the globe is safe. And we've seen seizures all around the globe, again, choking off their economic lifeblood. But all of this is possible, Mr. President, thanks to the investments that you've made in this department, firing on all cylinders.
Hey guys, it's too bad. Anyone that's drinking, let me know. We should have had a drinking game tonight, but I'm not drinking anything tonight. We should have you have to take a drink every time some dipshit asshole says TDS. So if you are drinking, take a drink. It's a drinking game. So for retards that say TDS, you got to take a drink.
For the second year in a row, we're at historic recruitment rates. Last year we said that here. This year we beat it even faster. The American people are excited about what you're bringing to our department. Our defense industrial base, $50 billion in private investments because of the meetings you've held. Defense manufacturers are investing in new plants and new manufacturing.
Oh, that's great.
New production lines so that we're getting weapons faster than ever.
Because that's what's important. Not the American people and getting health care. not the American people getting jobs, but the military-industrial complex making more money. See, the thing is they don't even hide it anymore. They just come right out and tell you, this is what we're doing this for, or this is who benefits. I mean, primarily, we're doing this for Israel. But in case you're wondering, there are a lot of billionaires that are also benefiting from this, who are running the country, and the military-industrial complex is one of them.
Ever, and then the 1.5 trillion that you've committed to the department.
So, once again, I'll explain in another one. It's not the Democrats, it's not the Republicans. Wake the fuck up. It's the billionaire class and the Epstein class that's running both parties, and both parties hate you. Both parties don't care about you. It's not a football game. It's not the Lakers against the Knicks. It's not the Redskins against the Cowboys. It's the billionaire class and the Epstein class and the rapists and the pedos that are running everything. Those are the ones like Bill Ackman, right? Miriam Adelson, Peter Thiel, even Elon Musk. Freaky Frank, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. So, once again, and see, this is the other frustrating part, is that you just keep seeing the same repetitive things that people want to make it between the two parties, and it's not. They're not running things. The military-industrial complex, they're running things. The billionaire class, they're running things.
Going forward, that's 1 million American jobs. 1 million American manufacturing jobs. That's Golden Dome for America. That's F-47. That's B-21. That's 50 billion in drones. We're going to lead the world in drones, shaving years.
Yeah, and by the way, you're not going to be able to buy DJI drones anymore because somebody's going to get their pockets lined with shitty drones that are going to be made for the U.S. military. And so no other drone manufacturer is going to be able to do business in the United States because it's going to be some contractor that the U.S. government gives a contract to, and they're going to get rich off these drones. And by the way, I think drone warfare should be illegal.
Off of production of all of those, everything under budget and ahead of schedule, which is what the warfighter deserves. And we saw it. You mentioned Venezuela, Mr. President. You saw it on display there.
I know. Just saying TDS for somebody who voted. I mean, it's just so, but it's, I'd like to think that that's just somebody who is getting paid to do that, but I don't think so. I don't think anyone would be paid to come on my channel and say something like that. But that's the cue. Those are the leftovers, the bottom of the barrel, like the crud on the bottom of the barrel, QAnon, who are just going to hang on for dear life.
Think of the fact that our Southcom commander just landed via helicopter at our embassy peacefully at the welcome of the Venezuelans because we're now partnering with them, hopefully, even on the counter-cartel mission as we secure our hemisphere. So we've secured that southwest border. We're going to war with the cartels through the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition. Venezuela is a big part of securing our energy future and defending the homeland. And then I just want to note one more thing to give you a sense of how committed this president is. Maybe a year ago, he heard the call of Nigerian Christians who were being targeted and killed by ISIS in Nigeria. And he said, Pete, I want the War Department.
Yeah, I'm just not sure they're all here, though, the paid bots. But I know, I can tell you for sure they're on X. Like that for sure, I can tell you. And there probably are a ton on YouTube and the lives as well. That's really, I mean, and it's both sides. It's like I said, doesn't matter if it's Republican or Democrat, they all do the same thing. So yeah, I'd say at this point, I can't. See, the thing is I've been asking this question weeks ago, if not longer. If you're still supporting them, why? And I never get an answer. So the only thing that I can think of is that either that's just somebody who's incredibly brain dead, or it's a bot. I like to think at least it's a bot because I'd have more faith in humanity, but I'm not so sure.
Department to focus on ensuring that we do everything we can to protect those Christians. Partnership.
I mock you suck. This never going to happen. It's never going to happen. So you're one of those hangers on. Are you Q? Do you follow Q or do you believe in Q? Because you think that Hillary and Obama are ever going to go to prison? You really truly believe that? Tell me if you, yes or no, do you believe that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are going to go to prison?
Tips like that can take time behind the scenes, but he never wavered on it. And we got the assets there. And over the last month, and there hasn't been much coverage of this, we killed ISIS #2 in Nigeria, who's most responsible for killing Christians and trying to target the U.S. homeland, and have since, because of the intel we gathered, killed hundreds of ISIS members who were targeting and killing Christians in Nigeria, creating a whole new opportunity there. So there's a lot of things we do that the media pays attention to, and a lot of things that the president empowers the department to do on behalf of the American people that he deserves great credit for.
Thank you. Great job. You're doing a great job. I just want to say on recruitment, we're very proud of the fact that for the previous 4 years, previous administration, they had.
I'm going to answer the question. Mock, you suck. Do you literally think that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are going to prison?
I mean, they couldn't recruit people. And that included, by the way, police and firemen and others. They were not proud of our country. And they couldn't recruit. Anybody with a uniform was having a hard time recruiting. And they set record low numbers. They were way, way behind. And literally from November 5th, it started. It started even before we got going.
Yeah, it's not anymore.
From the time we won the election to now, we've had numbers of recruitment, the likes of which we've never had. Record recruitment in every single.
That's not an answer. That's a typical. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That is a QAnon. Keep the. Oh, it didn't happen now, but it's going to happen. And don't worry. It didn't happen now, like we said, but it's going to happen. It's the never-ending horizon. You'll see it's going to happen. And see, that to me, that's criminal in my mind, in my opinion. To say those things to people who then believe you. And there's plenty, like I said, there's these guys like Phil Godlewski and other people that do this kind of stuff. And they benefit financially from it. And they have this massive following, and they keep the thing going. Don't worry, it's going to happen. Don't worry, it's going to happen. And it makes me so mad, because to me that you're taking advantage of people by saying that. By saying that, yeah, he's the savior. He's going to save things. Things are going to get that you don't know that. That's not what's happening. This has been going on for over a decade now. And nothing has changed. He said the Epstein files aren't real. All of us with half a brain know the Epstein files are real. I think everyone can agree at that point. Everyone can agree that the Epstein files are serious and need to be held accountable. People need to be held accountable that are in them. Everyone, on all sides. I don't think, no matter what side you're on, those things are a problem. But to sit there and say that somehow, the things are going to happen. Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, you'll see, they're going to go to jail. No, they're not. They're not going to jail. No one's going to be held accountable. John Bolton's the only one that's been arrested. Nothing's going to happen to him.
Branch, and that includes police and firemen. Record recruitment, so we're very proud of that. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, sir. Kelly, please.
Mr. President, you have made us a nation of builders again. You're leading us to the greatest economy that the world has ever known, and I see that every week as I travel this country, main streets.
Suck on these. Every single poll in X, including the polls that take the Hofrichter, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Every single poll, including, there's an X account, there's several X accounts, but there's one that takes the Trump Truth Social stuff and then reposts it on X. When they ask who is the greatest threat to America, everybody says it's our own government. on every poll. They don't say it's Iran. They don't say it's some other foreign country. They all say it's our own. It's our own country. Yeah, they're all guilty. So you're absolutely right. And by the way, it was Marjorie Taylor Greene said it very plainly that Trump said to her that these are my friends that are in the Epstein files, and I don't want anything to happen to them. There you go. I mean, what else do you need to hear? So yes, every single one of them would go to jail. They all have to protect each other. And don't think Trump goes back to the Hillary Clinton days and all that stuff, and Bill Clinton from New York City and New York City politics and all that stuff decades ago. The whole reason he became rich is because he got a tax abatement from politicians in New York City, because Roy Cohn, who was his mentor, had blackmail over these people. And that's how he ended up becoming successful in building the buildings that he did in New York City. They're all interconnected. It's all ancestral. They all know each other. They all go way back. And these are the people that continue to run the country. It's the same people, and nothing's going to change. No one's going to go to jail. QAnon, whoever it was is Q. And by the way, the guy who everybody thinks is Q, I know personally. So when it comes to all that stuff, the whole Q stuff stopped. I mean, they stopped writing, whoever it was stopped writing back in 2022. And people are still reading that shit. I mean, it's absolutely insane. They're all buddies. They all know each other. They're all going to protect each other, and no one's going into jail. Sorry. So when the Phil Godlewskis of the world and these other guys that the Q-tards on Rumble keep telling you, don't worry, it's going to happen. It's not happening. Ever.
Across dozens of states, from Alaska to Maine. I've been in many of those states 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's an op. It was all an op. But what makes me angry is that you have these people who are grifting off of that, and they're making shit tons of money doing it. And I can't get even. I got one super chat tonight. I have to e-beg, and then people wonder why I'm not here. I got to make a living. I enjoy doing this, and this is stuff I would do anyway. I just happen to do it on the internet and have other people hang out with me while I'm doing it and have a debate and discussion and everything. But I'm not driving around in a freaking Rolls Royce like, Godlewski is. Or in private jets. Fucking unbelievable. These people, the guy's literally driving around in a Rolls Royce, and these people still give him money. Now he's doing a crypto thing, and the guy's flying. He's flying private. I think he bought a Ferrari too, and they're like, "Oh yeah, trust the plan. Trust the plan. How's that Ferrari?" And I have, and then the same people, oh, you have TDS. See, yeah, but you just gave a bunch of money to a guy to buy a freaking Rolls Royce Cullinan, which is what, 300 grand, 400, 500 grand. Because he keeps telling you, yeah, don't worry. It's Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are going to go to prison, and everything's going to be fine.
3 times. I hear it everywhere I go. Please thank the president.
That's exactly right. Truth is never popular or lucrative. You're damn right. Certainly isn't for me.
For putting us back on track. They thank you. They love you. They want more of what we're doing. Tax cuts, deregulation, fair trade, energy dominance. Small businesses are spring-loaded, and we see that in the jobs numbers. In the last 2 months alone, we've created over 300,000 private sector jobs.
That's Loeffler. She's the SBA, Small Business Association, or Administration Secretary. She's another billionaire, by the way. by the way. Her husband's super rich. He's super rich. He owned like some WNBA team. You got Howard Lutnick, another billionaire. Conveniently didn't make it to the office on the day of 9/11 when the Twin Towers got hit. Conveniently. Scott Bessent, he's a billionaire. Guess who his mentor was and who he worked under? And this is the other thing. It's like, hey, Q-tards, Scott Bessent worked for and worked under George Soros. And he's a billionaire. So how do you explain that? How is Howard Lutnick, who was in the Epstein files and lied about the Epstein files, how is he still on the cabinet? So you support a guy who's the president who hasn't fired Howard Lutnick, who was in the Epstein files? That means that you don't care about the kids being molested. You don't care about the kids. Just say it. I love Trump. I don't care what happened to the children. So if you support Donald Trump with Howard Lutnick, who is still on the administration staff, you are okay with pedophiles. That's what you're saying.
In this country, most jobs are created by small businesses. 2 out of
So that's where I've lost all faith in humanity. The people who sit there and say, "Oh, I want to protect the kids," you don't hear about those people. You don't hear those people talk anymore, do you? Isn't it crazy how silent they've become? Now all of a sudden, the kids don't mean anything. Isn't that strange? Now all of a sudden, the Epstein files mean nothing. Saving the children has completely gone dark. Completely gone dark.
3. And small businesses, as you know, make up 99% of all businesses in this country and account for half of our GDP. So when that part of the economy is finally working again, they've gotten out from $5 trillion of regulation that the Biden administration put on hardworking small businesses. They penalized growth, investment, hard work, and success. But thanks to the working family tax cuts that every single Democrat voted against, hardworking families, the welders, the waitresses that I meet on factory floors across this country, from Pennsylvania to New Mexico, where I'll be tomorrow. Brooke and I are going to Arizona tonight. So we see this everywhere we go. It's one of the most underreported stories in the media. Main Street is back, and that's because America first. I'll tell you the other thing about fraud. Small businesses are particularly hurt by the fraud because they're some of our biggest taxpayers in the country. And they show up every day. They work hard to provide for their employees, to build their businesses. They're doing it the honest way. And they see fraudsters taking from the American people. It's taxpayer money. And so you think about, at the SBA, we found $200 billion in fraudulent PPP loans that the Biden administration tried to hide and forgive and sweep under the rug. We've turned the first $22 billion of that over to
and that's unfortunate when it comes to the vertical stream. That's why I do both the horizontal and vertical stream. It's literally, Vanessa, thank you for the but you have a combination of like psychiatric ward people in the vertical. It's really unbelievably strange how it works. With a mixture of sane people, and then it's virtually all sane people in horizontal, but it's very few, because that's how YouTube, the scumbag YouTube algorithm works. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, it's wacky, the vertical stream, for sure.
Seeing that people are going to jail. There are jail sentences now being served.
Okay, Anade, you're annoying me because you're spamming the chat. I'll give you a shot before I block you. Tell me what Trump has actually done for the country. And if you don't answer, I'm going to ban you from the chat permanently. Just because you're spamming now. You're not doing anything other than just repeating yourself. So I'll give you a shot. Tell us what Trump has done. And if you don't, in the next few seconds, I'm going to permanently ban you.
We've announced that 140,000 people have been barred from ever getting SBA loans again, defrauding the government for about $9 billion. So we are going to continue our work under the great leadership of Vice President Vance and appreciate the partnership because it's really accelerated our ability to get the job done. But then just back to small businesses. We have record business formation in this country. That's another story that the media won't tell you. Over 500,000 businesses on average a month this year. So it's not just record people working, strong job creation, business formation at all-time records in this country, but we have manufacturing expansion 4 consecutive months. That means that's a leading indicator, meaning that we have expansion coming. Another story the media won't tell you, 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. 75% of our...
I don't believe that number, that there's a record number of small businesses opening. I don't believe that for a second.
Our defense industrial base is small business. They're our main exporters.
Because I could tell you right now from the insurance industry that I'm in, M&A activity is at its highest it's ever been. So if you want to be a small business and try and compete against multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar companies, it's getting way, way more difficult to be able to compete. So I don't believe that at all.
And so America first, free trade, fair trade, deregulate is helping workers on Main Street, and that's why they tell you to tell me to tell you, Mr. President, thank you, and they love you.
Well, thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Kelly. And I just say, we went to China last week. We had an amazing meeting with President Xi. The relationship's very good. We're doing a lot of business with China now, but it's not where they were ripping us off for years and years. They ripped us off like nobody ever got ripped off. Now it's a very profitable business that we do with China, and they respect our country again. We have the strongest military in the world by far. They respect our country again. Scott, please.
Good, sir. On the economy, 2 words: resilience and prosperity. The continued resilience of the economy speaks for itself, even during the Iran conflict. And it speaks to the strength of your leadership. Pro-growth policies are creating conditions for American families and businesses to prosper. We're entering the second half of our 250th anniversary year with renewed optimism and momentum. It has never been a better time to be an American.
Thank you again, Carla. I really appreciate it.
We have a record number of...
Thank you, Carla. I appreciate the support. You are awesome. Thank you. Let's not just leave it to Carla for the super chats. Anybody else? Let's have a second and third. And notice when I ask the Puerto Rican Trump supporter to tell me what Trump has done that is so wonderful, I don't get an answer. See, here's the thing. I don't, like I've said before, it's not about Republicans and Democrats. It's way more complex than that. It's way more complicated. And if you pay attention and you listen instead of just saying, I love Trump or I hate Trump, then you'll understand who is really running things. The people like this talking right now, Scott Bessent. Scott Bessent should not even be on, if I were president, I would say to Scott Bessent, you're not going to be on my cabinet. You know why? You work for George Soros. And even if he gave me some bullshit excuse and said, well, I don't work for him anymore and I never liked him, whatever, I don't care. George Soros is an enemy to this country. Howard Lutnick lied to everyone about being on Epstein's Island. He brought his kids and another couple of kids to the island after denying during an interview that he ever went to Epstein's Island. If I were president, I would fire him. Wouldn't you? If you're QAnon, wouldn't you look at that and say, well, that's a danger. That man's a danger. He was in the Epstein files. I wouldn't want him on my cabinet. But no. He's still on there. And Scott Bessent is still on there. I appreciate that Sandoval is listening while he's working. I think that's great.
Americans working. The economy that you were building is secure and resilient and better positioned to compete globally. Real GDP has risen 2.7% over the past 4 quarters, something that many economists said could.
Here's what I would do too if I were president. But I wouldn't be in control. I would do everything I possibly could to do what I think Trump tried to do in 2016 was not take billionaire money, even though he was a billionaire himself. But I think it was too strong. I think he couldn't stop it. But I would say that I'm not going to have anyone in my administration that's a billionaire. Why would I want to have somebody who's out of touch with reality and who they don't care about the middle-class American taxpayer? Why would I want them in my cabinet? I would want average small business owners, middle-class people who are in touch with the vast majority of Americans. I mean, that's idealistic, obviously, but that's the way the government should be. And by the way, that's how the government used to run. Those who were in Congress were business owners. They weren't career politicians, but that's how the government should run. And by the way, that's how it was designed to run, not like this. So not only would I not have Bessent or Lutnick in my cabinet, period, but I wouldn't have billionaires in my cabinet at all. That's how it should be.
Be done in the first quarter of 2026. Despite the Iran conflict, GDP grew at a 2% annual rate. The Atlanta Fed GDP now is predicting 4.3% for this quarter. In terms of prices, I believe the prices are transitory. Oil will be lower than pre-conflict levels when this ends. Natural gas is already down.
Yeah, it was supposed to end a long time ago. We believe gas prices are going to come down. They're artificially being held down now, and at some point they're going to spring. They're going to spring up at some point. This is unsustainable.
As you mentioned, drug and pharmaceutical prices, they are plummeting, and rent is down. We are more resilient to energy price fluctuations due to your energy dominance agenda, to regulatory efforts, and we have never sold so much energy to the rest of the world. Business investment rose at a 10.4% annual rate in the first quarter. Capital expenditures and business equipment rose more than 17%. And that is as a result.
Do you see once again how cringy this whole thing is? They're putting this spin on shit to make it seem as if everything's going along swimmingly and everything's perfect. But meanwhile, all of us that are in here right now know, including the ones that are supporting Trump, who as soon as I ask them the question, they all disappear. No one is feeling it in a positive way. Nobody is benefiting right now in this country. And for some of you who came in who haven't heard, we have more people moving out of this country in the last 100 years. If you go on YouTube and social media, there are people that are doing video after video after video telling people what country you can move to get the hell out of the United States so you can actually live a better life. They talk about retirement visas and in the Philippines, I think it is, and Vietnam. I want to say, like, I'm trying to think of this. There was another Eastern European country. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But the healthcare is better, less violence. The cost of living is, and that's the main thing. The cost of living is tremendously cheaper than the United States. You get a decent place to rent for $800 to $1,000 a month. That here would probably cost you $4,000 to $5,000 a month here in the United States. So if everything's so great, and Scott Bessent's putting on his little dog and pony show for the president, for the dictator. And I even say I hate even using that word, but at the same time, the way that these people are treating him is as he is, that he's a dictator, treating him like one. It is just strange to see.
Result of the tax bill and tariffs, jobs related.
We're not going to come out. We're not coming out the other side on this one. This is the fourth turning. We've gone through the cycle where, yeah, we've had tough times before, but this time it's different. Yeah, we have these data centers that are being built. We have all the flock cameras that are controlling everything that you're doing, and you're just going to sit there and let it happen to you. See, it's people like you, Joe Mack, that we don't need people like you, because you sit there like you're a sheep and you're just going to let it happen to you. You're going to be controlled. You're going to allow all the technate to take place, the technocracy to take place. You're going to allow your thermostat to get turned off. You're going to let the CBDC take place and have your money frozen because you might have an opinion that differs from somebody else. Your car is going to get shut off because it's all electric. You're so broke you can't even pay attention to what you're talking about. So you just illustrated my point. That's unbelievable. Just illustrated my point for me.
Commercial construction, factory construction are up 90,000 since your inauguration. In the past 2 months, the private sector, as Kelly said, has added 313,000.
Joe doesn't have a point. He doesn't have a point. Like I said, you have it's like, basically it's like walking down the street. Have you seen the video of those people in Philadelphia? The guy's walking down the street with a camera and everybody's high on fentanyl, and they're just like, they're all bent over. They're like passed out, bent over, standing up. They're still standing, not lying down, but like bent over, still standing. That's what rolls through the vertical stream. Like I said, the horizontal stream, everybody's normal. But the vertical stream, you have like the fent heads that are like, they roll through and make dumbass comments.
Jobs, and those are private sector jobs, sir, including 13,000 manufacturing jobs. We have construction jobs. We're building the factories, and those will turn into manufacturing jobs. The stock market has hit new highs. The stock market lives in the future. It is seeing on the other side of this conflict, it is a strong symbol of optimism for the future.
You got smart and you got out of the United States. Am I on fentanyl right now? You just said for me to leave the United States, it's the best that there is, and you're saying that you left? So you're obviously drunk. Are you the guy that like called my text number that one time? You were all fucking hammered. I bet you were that guy. Yeah, the guy doesn't make it. He's obviously drunk.
Future corporate.
Hey, save some of that for me.
Earnings are high and wages are doing well. For the tax season, we had the best tax filing season in history, which is a victory for Main Street. The average refund was nearly $3,300, 11% increase from last tax filing season. And importantly, 62 million returns had one of your 4 signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. They reduced taxes. 85% of our seniors paid no taxes on Social Security, and the deductibility of auto loans for American-made cars. For what I believe is the most important government benefit for young people since the GI Bill, the Trump accounts. The app will be available on all major platforms tomorrow morning.
My channel has already been shut down.
It will place the American.
My channel's not even here. So I don't even know what you're talking about, Joe. You think you're watching a YouTube channel right now? Because you're not. It doesn't exist.
Dreams.
There's nothing to shut down.
Into the palms of the hands of parents and children. Nearly 6 million kids have been signed up for Trump accounts, and they will launch on July 4th, and it will be a great symbol of the 250th anniversary. Main Street prosperity, workers have seen positive wage gains. The unemployment rate remains low at 4.3%, and private sector job growth is strong. So just to reiterate, resilience and prosperity have been the marks of your second term.
It's been great. It's been amazing, actually. Any questions?
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao with NTD Sister Media with the Epoch Times. You've done a lot to clean up DC and fight crimes here. And as a lot of Americans and people from all around the world are coming to the nation's...
No, Joe's drunk. He's probably already through a fifth of the Jack Daniels, so don't waste your time. I already wasted enough time.
Capital ahead of the major 250th birthday events here. How important is it for you to really keep delivering on these results, but also what does it mean for America's identity on the national and international stage?
So I'm very proud of DC because when we came here a little more than a year ago, it was a very dangerous place, and now it's a very safe place. It's been incredible what's happened. As you see the crime numbers, we had restaurants closing up and nobody wanted to go to a restaurant. They were afraid to walk to work. It was a very dangerous place, very unsafe. And now it's a very safe place. We brought in the National Guard. We worked with Cash and the FBI, and Janine is doing fantastically, and Todd, and everybody. And it's now a very safe city, and people are pouring in, and you see the grass is all beautiful. We put a lot of new grass in because, you know, like people, grass has a life too. And this grass it was about a long time.
What?
But the waterfalls we talked about and the fountains are, most of them are in the final stages or fixed. People are writing me letters. People are talking about it. We have some of the most beautiful fountains in the world, and there wasn't one, not one, that worked. We had 29. Out of the 29, not one was worked, in addition to the reflecting pool, which is even, you know, that was the big one of them all, but that was a disaster. So with all of that, and this place is looking beautiful. I rode through it yesterday. Where the fences are down, the homeless aren't staying here any longer. We're helping them out, but we're not, you know, we just can't have them in the nation's capital. And when foreign dignitaries come in, they're saying, the first thing they say to me, this place has really changed. They saw that it was going down, our whole country was going down, just like DC was going down. And as you know, the restaurants were closing up. There weren't very many restaurants, and now they're opening up. You can't get a space. And everyone's going out to dinner and they're safe. And we had the national security and we have the national...
Now that happened there. It was supposed to happen in Chicago, and I think it did temporarily, but didn't. We were supposed to do it in LA. I don't think that ever happened. There are other cities like Washington, D.C. that had the crime problem and nothing happened. So once again, great for DC, but what ended up happening with the other cities where this was supposed to happen? That once again was another promise that wasn't kept.
God, and we're going to keep them. You know, I want to. By the way, just in case I mentioned, keep them. And don't lower the number either. Somebody said, oh, are there less? I said, I hope not, but don't lower the number if you don't mind, okay?
We're going to
Just
surge
keep 'em.
this summer, too. Yeah.
They look great. You know what? They give people. We took out 5,000 criminals, hardcore criminals. By the way, 90% of the crime is calculated. They count 2% of the people do 90% of the crime. That's a great number. Because when you get rid of 2% you can get rid of. 90% you can't get rid of. 2%. So 2% create 90% of the crime.
Here you go.
91% actually, to be exact.
He's telling the truth here. Watch.
We moved 5,000 people, Todd, out of here. These are career criminals. Many of them came over from the last administration.
Okay, so what he's just did is he just told you the actual truth of what's going on. Now, those of you who remember when Tiger Woods flipped his car for like the 15th time, and Trump was asked about the incident, and because one of his daughter, I don't know who, some dirty Trump was dating him or something, he was asked to comment about it. And of course he didn't want to comment about it, whatever. But he was asked about the immigrants, illegal immigrants and deportation. He said, well, we're only going to deport the ones committing violent crime. The ones that are here working that have jobs, we're not going to deport them. You let that slip. And by the way, it's true, because Speaker Johnson had told the GOP a couple of months ago, do not discuss mass deportations anymore. It's bad for the midterms. We're going to lose the midterms if we continue to do so. Now, he just said right here, he reiterated all of that by saying, we got rid of just the violent criminals. The mass deportations is over with. So one of the biggest, if not the biggest campaign promise that he made is now off the table. And it's not happening. So that, to me, that's where a lot of people need to answer. Well, if you're still in that corner, then you have to justify that. Now, most people who still support say that that's not true, and it is. It's true. He's saying it now. He said it in the past. The GOP they're not doing it. We're not getting it. Just like last time, we were told we were going to get these things, and they didn't happen. They're not going to happen this time. And usually what they would say, well, wait till the midterms. Once we get through the midterms, make sure you vote for us again, and then we're going to do it after the midterms. Trump just said about an hour ago, he doesn't care about the midterms. So to him, the midterms don't mean anything. So to say that mass deportations are going to happen after the midterms, that's off the table. It's not happening. It's over.
The open border, the ridiculous open border, no vetting, nobody knew who they were. They came out of prisons, they came out of, they're drug dealers, there were people from mental institutions. And Washington, D.C. is now a safe and beautiful place. And it's only going to get more beautiful. Yeah, please.
President Trump, thank you so much for having us in here today. What are your thoughts? Why do you think that Joe Biden is trying to sue the Department of Justice, former President Joe Biden, to have his tapes that he did interviews on blocked from the American people hearing them? Do you think that he's trying to hide something? And maybe Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche could comment on if they will countersue and release those tapes to the American public.
Are you talking about it with respect to his book?
With respect to his
Well,
memoirs.
I'd like to see it. I don't know. Maybe there's some constitutional reason. I don't know. I would like to see what he has to say, because we can never allow what happened to this country to happen. The man was grossly incompetent, and the Democrats, I call them the Democrats because the policy is so bad, but they came very close to destroying our country. We can never let it happen again. And I hope that you're able to produce that. I think it would be a very interesting reading for people.
I'm sure, Mr. President, Iran Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control
It's
it?
international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's
This
going to
never
control
would have
it. It's
happened.
international waters, and
This should never have
Oman
happened.
will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up.
So we're going to put Oman, we're going to put them in the crosshairs now. By the way, rumor has it that this has been made way more difficult because Trump can't keep his mouth shut. And everybody behind the scenes is trying to clean up this mess, and they're unable to do so because he keeps saying shit like this. Trump said a lot when he was campaigning for president. Go to DennisHendrickson.com. That's my Substack, and I have an article there that goes through the promises. And I think it's behind the paywall now, but it goes through all the things that he promised and what promises that he actually kept and did not keep. And I was fair when it came to the ones, but primarily most of the stuff that he claimed he was. So we were going to get tariff checks. We were going to not have to pay taxes, and there's just so many things that were said. But my main thing was mass deportations. We were going to fix healthcare. That to me is a priority on the list, and no new wars. And obviously, that didn't happen. And so here we are. And like I said, I don't know if you were here earlier, Sue, when I talked about him saying that. And I don't know if you saw the video. Let me know if you saw the video or not, where he said recently, "I don't care about Americans and their finances." So, what do you say to that? Whether you support him or not, what do you say to a president of the United States that says, "I don't care about Americans and their finances"? He literally said that on camera. And he said today, "I don't care about the midterms," which basically reiterates, I don't care about America. I don't care if I win. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Because we have a job to do for Israel, and that's to regime change in Iran, because that's what this is. This isn't about a nuclear weapon. Not about that at all. And it's a quagmire now that these guys are trying to figure out how to get out of. And it ain't working.
They understand that. They'll be fine.
Mr. President, thank you. How much economic pressure do you feel to get the Strait of Hormuz open?
Well, you have to understand, the United States has so much oil that we are an exporter of oil. So we have plenty of oil.
Well, they're already involved. They're already given. That F-35 that got shot down is because of Russia. Russia's giving intelligence to Iran. This is one of the reasons why Iran is basically being a stick in the mud, and the United States can't really do much with them. They are getting, there's no question they're getting intelligence. At the very least, they're getting intelligence from Russia. And so they have sophisticated systems, air defense systems, where that F-35 got shot down by Iran because rumor has it, I can't prove it, but rumor has it, that Russia gave Iran the air defense systems to where they could find that plane and shoot it down. Russia and Iran are allies, the same as China. China, of course, has said, "Oh, we're not going to get involved with Iran." Meanwhile, China is sending fentanyl and Glock switches by the caseload to the United States every single day. So you believe China? And also, China is funding a lot of the NGOs that did all the Me Too movement stuff and the drag queen story hour, all of the encouraging all of the tranny stuff. That's all China. Not all of it, but a lot of it is. A lot of that's funded through China. It's not kinetic warfare anymore. It's warfare through these tearing down America and tearing down the system of America, destroying the patriarchy, destroying the family, the nuclear family. That's how these countries that are enemies of ours, why we're trading with China, like Trump saying, oh, we're trade part. Why are we? China's trying to destroy our country, yet we're allies with them, and we're doing business with them. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, China and Russia are already involved with Iran. I can tell you that right now. There's no doubt about it.
Very lucky. We're blessed with the greatest piece of land in the world from that standpoint, and we have more than anybody else. And now when you add Venezuela to it, we have, I think, 64% of the world's oil. And we're getting along very well with Venezuela, by the way. It's being run.
See, yeah, but people like David don't know what the JCPOA is. They don't know what the agreement was. We had an Iran nuclear agreement already, but Israel wanted that torn up. So people like David don't understand that. Because when they hear, and by the way, we've been in the war with Iran since 1979, then why didn't we take them out back then in the 80s when they killed American troops? Which, by the way, people are saying Israel knew that attack was going to happen, but allowed it to happen. And they had intelligence knowing that attack was going to take place and withheld it from the United States. So to sit there and say that's another talking point that you regurgitate because you heard somebody else say it. Because you heard someone on TV say, we've been in a war with Iran since 1979, because you heard somebody say that. That's not what this is. Israel wants us to attack Iran because they want regime change. They've been wanting this since the clean break memo in the 90s and before that. There's video after video after video of Benjamin Netanyahu claiming that Iran was days away from having a nuclear weapon. He was the same person that said we had to attack Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction. That didn't exist. That was a lie. So it is really interesting because when you do see these chats, you just see the same repetitive talking points. You see the repeat over and over and over again. And that's how the propaganda, it works. It works really, really well. So people don't know the background. They don't know the story. They don't know the JCPOA. They don't know the history of Israel. They don't know what the clean break memo is. They don't know David Wormser. They don't know that Israel was furious when Obama agreed to the JCPOA, and we had inspectors, and we knew exactly what was going on with the enrichment. We knew all the things that were going on. Why do you think Israel right now doesn't want to have a deal with Iran? No matter what we come up with, mark my words, Israel's going to have a problem with it. But again, you see it in the chat. You see the same. When I told you earlier, they go, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The world can come to an end and everybody can die of high gas prices and no food. But Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's a talking point to get you to believe a lie and regurgitate it to all your friends and family and in the chat here. We had inspections, so Iran didn't have to. We had perfectly good inspections. We had inspectors that were going in. There was never an issue with the uranium. The problem was Israel was not. They wanted regime change and they wanted a war. That's fine. Do it yourself, but they can't do it themselves because they're too small of a country. They're too weak. They rely on the United States for money in order to survive because they're a socialist country. And so they needed us to go in and do it. It's that simple. It's a real simple explanation. It's not real hard to figure out. And this has been the plan for a very long time. And if you go to my website, DennisHendrickson.com, and you become a member, you can read that stuff because it's all in there. The reason we got into Iran war, whole article that I wrote on it. All back sourced, everything's there. So everything you need is right there. You go to my Substack, DennisHendrickson.com, and I've said this a million times. No one has been able to counter what I've put in that article. Nobody, because it can't be.
Really beautifully, the big companies are moving in. It's going to be amazing because it's also like us. They're very blessed in that sense. But we have natural energy that no other country has. We have more than anybody else. So it's really available. During the closing, I don't know if you've seen some of the satellite pictures, boats, hundreds of boats lined up. It looks like, I used to say, the Long Island Expressway with cars. They're lined up and they're coming to Texas, Louisiana, they're coming to...
You're speculating that saying that Iran only showed what they wanted to. There were many people, I can't remember that it's the international inspection, whatever it was, they all agreed that Iran was being honest about what they were doing. So even if I were to give you that Iran only, my question to you would be, why do we give a shit if they even have a nuclear weapon? First of all, don't believe for a second that they would use it against the United States because they don't have the capability to do that. They didn't even have the enrichment capability to do so, and they certainly didn't have the capability to reach the United States with one. Now, if they could with Israel, I don't give a shit. That's Israel's problem, not mine. And if Israel wants to deal with Iran because they think that Iran's going to shoot a nuclear weapon to them, that's their problem. I don't care. And if we really care about Iran having a nuclear weapon, then why aren't we attacking North Korea right now? Why aren't we attacking Russia right now? We seem to hate Russia so much. Why aren't we attacking them? So to have this hard-on for Iran is nonsensical. They were never going to reach us. And once again, you're just buying into what these people are telling you. Why don't we attack? Tell me why we aren't attacking North Korea then. Tell me why. Let's attack North Korea and Russia.
Alaska to fill up their boat, their big boat. Some of them are really big, 2 billion gallons. Even bigger than that now they make them. They make them up to 4, Chris, I hear. Now they make them up to 4. The 4 are now the big ones. Used to be the 1s. Now it's 4 million barrels of, think of that, 4 million barrels of oil in one boat. But they're lined up and they're right now heading to Texas, and they've already filled up and they've gone back. In addition to that, you have a lot of boats, you have about 1,500 boats in the strait wanting to get out, and at the right time we'll release them.
But the American people, sir, are seeing higher gas prices.
Yeah,
now it's come down a little bit, but it's still $4.45.
Oh, it'll come down a lot. It'll come down to where it was before. We had it when I was in Iowa. We had.
What's funny too is that where people will sit there and listen to this, gas prices are going to come down. Well, he's been saying that for 2 months. We're only going to be doing this thing with Iran for a couple of days and a couple of weeks. It's now over 70 to 80 to 90 days now. No new wars. I was never going to get into, or Obama is going to get into a war with Iran to get reelected. That's because he's an idiot and he has no negotiating skills. Now we're in a war with Iran. It's not a war, it's a conflict. It's a little excursion. It's not that big of a deal. We're going to do mass deportations, but now we're not going to do mass deportations. We're going to have tariffs to where you're not going to have to pay taxes anymore and everybody's going to get a check. Well, nobody got a check except for some people in the military. We're going to have healthcare. We're going to change healthcare. Healthcare is going to get better. We didn't get healthcare. So it's like one lie after another. And yet, but Iran, and then Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. You know whose idea for us to go into Iraq was Israel. By the way, there were no weapons of mass destruction. But this time it's different. This time everybody's telling the truth, right? This time their max distance is 2,500 miles. But no, not really. Really at some point they'll have the capability to circle the fucking planet 15 times with one, right? This time they're telling the truth, right? Give me a break. You're missing the whole point. It has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. And if you continue going down that road and you keep saying that, just goes to show you how clueless you are. That's not what this is. Israel wants regime change in Iran. That's the whole thing. That's the only reason we're doing it. And when the spin doctors and the people on the inside say, okay, guys, you've got to repeat this over and over again. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Just keep saying it over and over again. You fell for it, pal. Sorry. You're not smart enough to be in here.
We're driving by and we saw gas stations, $1.90 a gallon, $1.85, $1.87 were the three that we saw. We had it down in some places below. Now we can't help but California where they charge so much tax that you lower it and they charge tax. They've got to straighten the act out in California. But we had gasoline down to a very low number. I think we'll be hitting that number shortly after that whole excursion ends.
The excursion. Like how many things have to be said to you like that to where you finally say, bro, I don't believe a fucking thing you say at all anymore about anything. Like that ship sailed for me a long ass time ago.
But regardless of anything, as Marco said better than anybody can say it, you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
I apologize. What I should have done, and I'm going to do this, maybe I'll do it tomorrow. No, I probably won't do it tomorrow. Maybe next week. We are going to do a drinking game. The Jack Daniels guy, I think he passed out. He fell asleep. He passed out. He's not here. But we're going to do a drinking game. Every single time somebody says Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, you're going to take a shot or a drink or whatever it is that you have. And we're all going to be passed the hell out by probably midway through the stream. I said drinking game for somebody who says TDS. That's just not, there's plenty of people saying that, but nowhere near like Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. We're going to do a drinking game on that one.
They would use it instantly. They wouldn't think about it. They would use it instantly. I've gotten to know them. They would use it instantly.
Does that give you more urgency?
He got to know him. He didn't get to know anybody. He doesn't know anybody in that regime. He didn't sit down and talk with any of them. He said thousands of times, we don't even know who's in charge over there right now. You could pull up every press gaggle there is. He said it over and over and over. We don't know who's over. It may be the son. The son, I think, might be in the hospital in a coma. The dad's definitely dead, but the son's running. We're not sure if the son's running. We don't know right now. Some people are negotiating, but we're not sure. He doesn't know. And he sits there and says, I got to know him. I got to know him. You didn't get to know anybody.
See, Mr. President, you've said that you're in no rush to make a deal, but with gas prices that are still high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you the primary urgency, if I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Drink. Take a drink.
But at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil, gas, coal. We have tremendous amounts of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think
he's been saying that for weeks, months. Weeks and months he's been saying that. It hasn't changed. Again, the lies just keep piling up and piling up and I've got news for you. When the gas prices are high and people can't afford to go travel, some people may not even be able to afford to go to work, make a living. I mean, it doesn't matter at that point. When you start hitting people like that and they can't put food on the table and they can't drive to work and they can't put gas in their car, man, it ain't gonna matter. I mean, you won't have anybody on your side. Not even the ones you're paying to, the bot. You sure as hell aren't paying them enough. I can guarantee you that. These bots aren't getting paid enough to bot. Trump is freaking awesome, man. Gas prices. I like high gas prices.
that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices than we had even before we did this. Now, I knew there'd be an increase. I said, we have a choice. We don't have to do anything. And in 2 years or 1 year or 2 months, because Iran would have had if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date, because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal.
That's the JCPOA I was telling you about. It was perfectly fine, but Israel didn't like it. So, by the way, not only is it a drinking game where you have to drink every time they say Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, I'll translate what that means for you. Israel wants regime change in Iran. So every time, so I'm going to start a whole new thing. I'm going to start my own propaganda to tell you the truth. So every time you hear that, know what that means. The true meaning of that statement is Israel wants regime change in Iran. That's the real reason.
Call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear weapon a long time ago.
No, that's
I would
not true.
say it was a guarantee that it would have been used, and it would have blown.
See, how can you guarantee? Does anyone in the chat believe that Trump would know that Iran, if they had a nuclear weapon, that they would fire it at the United States? First of all, they can't. So we already know the answer to that. But he's saying immediately they would use it. Some would argue, oh, they would hit Israel with it. Well, once again, then why aren't we just saying we're doing this for Israel? But who in the chat believes for 1 second that he knows for sure, he's in the minds of the Iranians, that they would immediately use a nuclear weapon, knowing that there would be complete destruction, mutually assured destruction, MAD, MAD. Who in the chat actually believes that he believes that or knows that? Those are the things that you have to think about a little bit more deeply than the bullshit propaganda that you're fed. That you honestly believe the regime of Iran, that if you see the people of Iran are actually pretty good people. That you would actually believe that these guys would want to kill themselves because that's exactly what they would do if they just used it. I'll tell you why they want it. I'll let you in a little secret. The reason Iran wants a nuclear weapon is exactly for this reason. Deterrence. Why do you think North Korea has a nuclear weapon? Why do you think Israel has a nuclear weapon, even though they're not supposed to have one? It's called deterrence. You're not going to attack a country that has a nuclear weapon that can attack you back. That's why they want it. Israel doesn't want them to have that because Israel wants to take over Iran. And they know they can't take over Iran if Iran has a nuclear weapon because they'll defend themselves with it. They won't use it aggressively. They'd use it defensively. That's easy. That's easy to figure out. That's exactly what it is. 110%. Everybody knows it. Anyone with a half a brain knows it and understands it. That's what it is.
Blown up Israel, it would have blown up the entire Middle East, and that's never going to happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on Iran, would you be comfortable with Russia or China taking their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and have they offered to do that?
No, I wouldn't be comfortable.
Mr. President,
That would not make me comfortable.
Is the U.S. considering easing sanctions on Iran to allow Iran to sell its crude to market?
No, we're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing. We have control of money that they claim is theirs. We'll keep control
That's
of that
exactly
money.
right, Fish.
When they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But right now, we're not doing that, and it's not, one thing is not contingent on the other.
By the way, Iran has him by the balls with the Strait. Who's controlling the Strait? Iran's controlling the Strait. Iran is not budging at all. Iran is in control. And we can't do shit about it. And, you know, you could put all the lipstick you want on this pig. But like I said, I mean, the easiest explanation is most likely the most reasonable one and the actual one. And that is, we are losing this war, and it's a war. Iran has us by the balls with the Strait of Hormuz, and there's nothing that we can do about it. And if this wasn't true, this would have been done a long time ago. Like he said it was supposed to be. We won the very first day, or it's going to be done in a couple of weeks. It ain't even close to being done because Iran's just toying with us now. It's like a cat with a freaking mouse. They're just toying. We're being toyed with. It's Toys R Us. Iran is Toys R Us, and we're the toys. We're totally getting played and fucked with, and it's embarrassing.
Mr. President, on the shooting last weekend, it came barely a month after the third assassination attempt against you during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What was your reaction when you first heard about the latest shooting, and what gives you the courage to really keep doing your job effectively without thinking about these threats every day?
Because it's all fake. I'm starting to realize that now, too. Notice we haven't heard a thing about that. No news on that. Somehow, and by the way, I showed the video. Did you guys see the video where the cops shot this dude? Like point blank range. No bullets hit him. And no bullets hit, I mean, one bullet hit a cop apparently in the vest. But the crossfire, none of it hit any walls on the other side. There were no bullet holes in any of the walls. So, and I played the video over and over again. Even the one that was even better, like clear, no bullet holes anywhere. And this guy didn't get shot. All these cops were shooting at him, and he didn't get hit with one bullet. He didn't get hit with one bullet. And there were no bullet holes in the walls. So, and that's an interesting question, isn't it? What keeps you going after all that? Yeah. Maybe because it really didn't happen.
Well, I can't think about it because if I thought about it a lot, I wouldn't be a very good president. I wouldn't be here.
And the whole Butler investigation got shut down. So we don't know what happened with that. It's amazing how you don't hear about any of these things. They just get memory hold. Everything gets memory hold.
Probably be up in some room with a locked door and say, just leave me alone. So I can't really think about it. If it says something that it's a sad part of life, it's a dangerous business. What I'm doing is a dangerous business. And they say, and look, we have been.
Yeah, I think the Vegas deal, that's another one. Apparently people heard, I think, Stu, you probably know this better than I do, but that was brought up again. And people heard helicopters, and they heard the shooting, the shots were coming from helicopters, and that Saudi Arabia was involved in it somehow. And I have to go back and look at that, because there was something related to Saudi Arabia and all that that whole thing, and that there were helicopters involved, that it wasn't that guy that was doing the shooting.
Maybe the most consequential, but we certainly have been one of the most consequential. This group has been a very consequential administration, and they say if you're not consequential, you don't have so much problem. If you are consequential, you do. So you have to look at that. But it's a shame. It's a very sad fact of life. Look, anybody in office, not only in this country, in other countries too, but when you are a consequential president, your life is in grave danger. I knew that. Yeah.
Mr. President, how would you characterize the current state of the talks with Iran? I guess if it were a football field, what yard line would you be on?
Well, I think we're doing very well. They are starting to give us the things that they have to give us. And if they do, that's great. And if they won't, then the man on my left is going to finish them off.
Dude, what? And again, how many days have we heard this same thing? I got to figure out something to compare it to. But it's like a South Park. It feels like a South Park episode where the guy's getting the shit beat out of him, and he gets up and he goes, "I got him where I want him." Like he just keeps getting his ass beat and keeps getting up, and he's acting as if he's winning when he's not. It's pathetic now, because they keep repeating it over and over and over again, and people are like, "Well, yeah, but you already said that. You said that yesterday. You said that last week. You said that the week before. You said that the month before. You said it the month before the month before. You keep saying the same thing, just like you keep repeating Iran can't have a nuclear weapon." I mean, at least with Iraq, it was different. Even though it was still all based on lies, at least it was somewhat like handled differently. This is just insane. What do they say? If you keep repeating the same thing over and over again, you're crazy?
Is there a time frame in your mind?
What?
Is there a time frame in your mind for?
I mean, it happens quickly. The problem is every time I mention a time frame, for instance, I see, we've been doing this for a few months.
Yeah.
Vietnam lasted 19 years.
Yeah, but you said it was going to be, you said it was over on day one. You said it was only going to take a couple of weeks. So I can't wait to hear this stupid ass explanation after this. And that's a great question that guy asked. Well, what's the timeline? Oh, well, I give him a timeline, and then all of a sudden people, let's hear what he has to say here.
Korea lasted 8 years. Afghanistan lasted many years. They were all many, many years, and we're into it for a few months. And I read about you people like you. What's taking so long?
Yeah, you keep saying it's over.
We lost between two big wars, Venezuela and Iran. We lost 13 souls, 13 great people. Met the parents, great people. And it's a terrible thing, but 13, if you look at the war casualties.
We lost 13 people that we should never have lost in the first place. And by the way, I don't believe that number is true. I believe it's way more. But once again, these are more. This should make everyone unbelievably angry. Unbelievably angry. That he keeps telling you it's going to be over in a couple of days, and now he just admitted that it's been several months, but it's not like Vietnam and the Korean War that were several years. And we only lost a few kids. Yeah, a few kids for who? We lost a few kids for Israel. And it's way more than what they're saying. I guarantee it is. And you see Marco Rubio looking at his hands. I mean, this is another one. Or, you know, Marco Rubio, he cannot hide the disdain that he has on his face. He gives it away every single time. He can't hide it.
Deaths in wars for Vietnam and all that. They lost hundreds of thousands of people in numerous of these wars. We're very cognizant of that. We want to lose very few. We want very few to be injured. We're very careful. But war is war. War is dangerous. But we've lost 13.
He just said that it wasn't a war earlier on. Did he not? He said, I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict. It's not a war. He was very specific. I'm not going to rewind it because I'll lose my spot, but those of you that have been here the entire time can tell me yes or no. Did he not say that this was not a war, it was a conflict? Was he very specific about saying that? Now he's calling it a war.
So the Democrats took an ad putting in the 13 people that were lost. And when you look at hundreds of thousands of people that were lost in the Middle East, Iraq, all the different wars we were in, we have done an amazing job. With that being said, I hate to lose 13. I hate to lose one. But we've been very...
But he doesn't care because it's not his kids. It's not his grandkids. It's yours. He doesn't care. Just like any politician that does this kind of, and by the way, Israel doesn't care. Israel is more than, and that's the thing that should make you more mad than anything. Israel does not care if your kids die in a war with Iran because it's not their country, it's not their kids, it's not their families. They do not care. So for them, 13 kids, any Americans dying, and that's what this is about. And that's why this is so important to discuss and realize and pay attention to, that these kids in our military are being sent to die for another country. They're not being sent, they're not defending our country. They're being sent in an offensive attack on behalf of another country. That is the truth. That's what's going on.
We've been very capable. I mean, when you think of it, we took over Venezuela in one day. We have done a similar job, but we said, well, give them a little chance at the request of somebody that we greatly respect from Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. They've been great. They asked us, would we pause the war for a little while because they'd like to do so. We'll do that. But
once again, he calls it a war. This is when you can't keep. When you lie, you can't keep them all straight and you can't remember, especially him at this age now. The guy's lost his mind. His mind is mush. Not that it was ever clear to begin with. But this guy, he can't, like, this guy's, you know, he tell 10 lies. I mean, you're going to fuck up 5 of them at least or more. You're not, you know, I mean, it's not a war, it's a conflict. Now, he's been, the entire second half of this entire thing, he's calling it a war. But it wasn't a war from the beginning of this entire thing.
No better now. We could close it out very quickly. If we can do it in a different way, that'd be good. If we get everything
we can close it out very quickly. That's what I'm saying. Another lie. He's been saying this now for 3 months.
we want, but we could close that out very, very quickly, and we may have to.
Picasso, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
Ask about the World Cup, if I could. The U.S. spent a lot of money getting the World Cup here and increasing the infrastructure. Does the economic benefit outweigh the cost?
No, the World Cup is great. It's the most successful they've ever had, ticket-wise. They've never had anything that sold so quickly. It's amazing because it's the United States. You don't think of
benefits?
I call it soccer. It's just easier to do because we have football and they have 2 footballs, right? They call it football. But most people never thought they'd see anything like that. The World Cup, it's turned out to be the most successful World Cup from the standpoint of what's happening than they've ever had. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. Rowena Ortiz with Turning Point USA. I have one question for you and one question for Vice President J.D. Vance on fraud. What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall?
About ICE?
Hey, by the way, what's going to happen during the World Cup is you're going to see some sort of disease. When they talk about the Ebola thing, just be prepared. The World Cup is going to be an excuse to bring in Ebola. That's what's going to happen. So we're going to have another lockdown. We're going to have all this shit happen again because somebody from some foreign country came in with Ebola because we let them into the World Cup. And so get ready. That's what this is all about. So they're preparing you. We're going to put that Ebola thing out there. The next thing you know, it's going to be all over the United States because of the World Cup.
We're about NICE, as I call it, NICE. The NICE facility. I'd love to change the name, call it NICE. They do a great job, and it's all paid for protesters. You can see by the signs. The signs are all made by the same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake. They're all paid for. And I will tell you, Tom Holman and that whole group, and now Mark Wayne is so incredible. Mark Wayne, do you want to just respond to that? Sure. We run the finest facilities anywhere in the world of their type. But we have some horrible killers. We have killers. We have guys that have murdered numerous people in there. And these are the people they're trying to protect. There's nobody that runs a facility like we do. Mark Wade, please.
Yeah, it shows this radical left Democrats' priorities when they decide to go out and protest a detention center where we're housing rapists, child predators, murderers, drug dealers, and they choose Memorial Day of all the time to go protest something that they say that that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn. We're giving them sanitation. But for the Democrats and the governor, like Governor Sherrill and Senator Kim and Senator Booker, to go out and do something like this of all the days is very frustrating. And we see Antifa signs are literally out there. The local police literally refusing to respond. They barricade it, not allowing our employees to come in and out. ICE has to go out there, remove the barricade, and then you have one of the senators complain because he got splattered with a pepper ball. I'm sorry, you probably shouldn't have been there.
One thing I'll say about that, the local police. I know a lot of the New Jersey police. They're phenomenal. They love us, but they're told not to do anything.
That's right.
They love us. They love him. They even love me a lot. And I'm in New Jersey a lot. It's great. I mean, I think it's a great place. It's got a group of people running it now that are having a hard time. But they really like this administration. They love this administration more than any administration they've ever had. And they're thanking me all the time. And, I see those guys going up and down the Jersey Turnpike with their big, beautiful hats on. I say, I'd like to look like that someday. They're great. No, these are great people, and they love him, and they love ICE, and they love the Border Patrol, and they're not allowed to talk to anybody. It's like, but it all comes from the top. They have to follow orders. They want to keep their jobs.
Mr. President,
you expecting Congress to pass a federal gas tax holiday?
A gas tax holiday?
Yeah, to suspend federal
Well,
gas
it's something we might talk about. Let's see what happens over the next week, 2 weeks. A lot of good things are happening.
No, like what? So instead of here once again, if I were president, I would say, yeah, I think we need to do that. I think we need to we need to eliminate taxes for. But he gives the same bullshit thing again. Oh, it's going to be over soon. Okay, it's going to be 1 week, 2 weeks. No, it's not. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. This is going to go on. Now I'm convinced, and I think a lot of people knew this. They knew. But you want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt, but you know what's going to happen. And somebody asked about the Ebola. The Ebola thing is when they bring that in, it's going to be COVID didn't work because it didn't kill enough people. Ebola kills enough people to where they're going to say you're going to have to get locked. They're going to lock us down again. That's what they're going to do it to control us. They're going to use it to control us, where we go, what we do. I hope I'm wrong, but when they keep talking about Ebola like they are right now, Marco Rubio just talked about it early in this press conference. If he's talking about it, obviously they're trying to ramp something up. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking about it. And this whole thing with they need an excuse to have something to come in so they can control the population again, but they need something stronger and more deadly, and that's where Ebola comes in.
The Knicks game next week?
No, I was invited to I was going to go on Wednesday, but they closed it out very quickly. They're great. And Jim Dolan's a great guy. He's, as you know, owns and in charge of Madison Square Garden. He's having a good year. Boy, what a team. They win all their games. They have some great players. I think I'll be going to one of the games. Yeah, I was invited by numerous people and Jim. And I think I'll be going. It's great to see it.
President Trump on election fraud.
The Knicks have really suffered for years.
Dude, if you think anyone will listen to another outbreak, you haven't learned anything. I don't think you've learned anything if you don't think that everybody's going to comply just like they did before. You honestly believe that people aren't going to go back and comply to this shit? Trust me. They start telling you it's like 60 to 70% death rate. You need to stay indoors. Everybody's going to comply.
What's your prediction? They're doing right.
You're a fucking retard.
Would you accept an agreement with Iran that just calls for further talks on the uranium, or is the only option in your mind one for...
I would for some of it, because it's a memorandum of understanding for speed.
You see what everybody, nobody's going to comply anymore because of what happened with COVID. They learned. Okay, dumbass. This is what I'm talking about. This is the fucking retard section of the vertical stream. The people they're not going to comply because they learned from COVID. Fucking idiot.
And one of the things that will happen is the strait will open immediately. But it's got to be perfect. I'm not going to do this. I didn't do this to get a crummy agreement.
Same people that took the COVID shot are going to take the Ebola shot. They're going to believe the same bullshit that they did with COVID. This is the guy that has the guns and says, I'm going to stand up to authority. And as soon as they knock on their door, they'll hand everything over.
The worst agreement ever signed was by Barack Hussein Obama. What a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country, for the whole world. The Middle East would have blown itself up. No, I would like to have the countries we were talking about, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others, we'd like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think, because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us.
Mr. President,
Steve? Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth?
I mean, Migmont just proved my point. There you go. That's all people need to hear. COVID isn't Ebola. Ebola is a real disease. There is no Ebola shot. So there you go. Just prove my point.
If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords,
So, I mean, and that's what's going to happen. People are going to panic. They're going to go, oh, well, this time they're telling the truth. Just like what's going on with Trump right now. Every single time he says something, it's like, oh, he's telling the truth this time. And then 2 weeks go by, nothing happened. Oh, he's telling the truth this time. It's only going to be 2 more weeks. Oh, he's telling the truth. It's just the same bullshit routine. And people fall for it every single time. And then I'm the retard. I'm the retard.
I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries. And it's turned out to be so good, so effective. And so we're, requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar and Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining the
I don't know.
accords.
I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you, what's contingent, what's not. I can say that we can make a good deal right now, but maybe not a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not making it. So, because we can make a great deal with this guy right here. And but it's it's a lot nastier. Probably wouldn't go as quickly. We wouldn't be talking about it as quickly, but it would be foolproof. But I think we're doing very well, Steve. I think we're doing pretty well in terms of the negotiation. But we'll see. If it's not going to be a real deal, because Obama had that horrible JCPOA, whatever it was the worst deal. It was a path for Iran to have a nuclear weapon very quickly. Years ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon. We might not be here talking about it right now. They would have had a nuclear weapon. And frankly, Obama picked the wrong country. He should have picked another country. I won't tell you what it was. But he picked the wrong country when he picked Iran. But we have things understood now with Iran. It's been nasty. They've lost their leaders. They've lost. And it really is regime change. We didn't set out for regime change.
Yeah, you did.
But by the fact that we're dealing with a totally different group of people than we were at the beginning. And frankly, I find them to be much more reasonable. I actually find them to be smarter, but I find them to be much more reasonable. This is regime change. One regime is gone, another regime is gone, we're dealing with the third. Pieces of it, because some of them are gone too. And I find them, I think, how can you have a stronger regime change than that, So I do find that. I'd like to thank you all very much. We're doing great.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Mi'kmaq, native culture, we have a saying, right wing, left, same bird. And that's what I've been trying to say. And it's hard to get people to understand. It's not the politicians that are running things. It's the billionaire class, the Epstein class, the donor class, the billionaires. They're the ones they're running things. They're the ones in control of the politicians. So, yeah, well said. Yeah, he keeps saying, well, it wasn't regime change. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. But it is now regime change. We're on the third regime. It's a comedy show at this point. It's a comedy show. And so, at some point, you just have to look at it and go, and more people are starting to realize now. But not enough. Not enough, not nearly enough. But, the longer this thing goes, and I believe the only thing that I believe that he's said so far as a president is, I don't care about Americans' finances. That I believe. And then when he also said today, I don't care about the midterms, I believe that too. Because, yes, I do believe at this point, The war was not purposefully created to distract from the Epstein files, but it is distracting from the Epstein files, and he's more than happy to do it. He's compromised, as well as a lot of people in the Epstein files. This is Israel's war, and Israel knows that they can use the Epstein files and everything that's in the Epstein files and everything. They're known for the blackmail, obviously. That is what they are good at. That's what this whole thing with Epstein was, in order to get regime change in Iran. So this is not about a nuclear weapon. They don't, of course, Israel doesn't want them to have a nuclear weapon because Israel wants to take over the entire Middle East. Mike Huckabee said so with Tucker Carlson. When he was interviewed with Tucker Carlson, he said very specifically, they can have it all, talking about Israel and all of the Middle East. But I do believe that this is related to the Epstein files, but not in the sense of trying to hide it. I believe that this is blackmail in order to do so. Otherwise, why would we do it? And if you think it's because Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, then I got a bridge to sell you. So it's not. Yeah, I think Mi'kmaq, you bring up an interesting point, because wasn't it Ashley St. Clair just recently said that Elon rigged the election on behalf of, or Elon admitted to her that he rigged the election for Donald Trump. Now, you have to take that for what it's worth. Yeah, I'm not really sure. If that's true, but I wouldn't put it past. At this point, it's hard to eliminate everything. All right, I was going to call it a night, but I wanted to watch the Scott Bessent press conference yesterday. He took over, and I wanted to hear. I think there were a couple of interesting things that he said here.
Tax cuts in American history. The average refund this filing season is nearly $3,300.
Yeah, that could have been true that he would showing off to her. And Ashley St. Clair. Yeah, that's another one that's she's off the reservation.
11% increase from last year, and importantly, very importantly, 62 million returns. 44% claimed at least one of the president's signature tax cuts. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Sophie's thoughts and opinions. Thank you for the sub. It's a very long name. This is another thing that pisses me off about, once again, we were told at one point that we weren't going to have to pay taxes. And this is another thing that should anger you. When somebody like this comes and says, you should be so happy and you should thank us so much that you didn't have to pay so much in taxes. Fuck you. Middle class, all of us in the middle class, all of us that are listening right now shouldn't have to pay any taxes. And then to add insult to injury, to sit there and say, oh, aren't you so lucky that you didn't have to pay all, like, we saved you like a couple grand here or there, which means nothing when you have healthcare that's out of control, 5-figure premiums, 5-figure deductibles, your gas is out of control, your food is out of control. Cost of everything is inflation's through the roof. Oh, look how wonderful and here's Scott Bessent, who's a billionaire, by the way, telling you how happy you should be. How happy you guys should be, so happy, you plebe losers, because you got a couple $100 that you didn't have to pay in your taxes, but you still had to pay a huge chunk of what you earned to the IRS. So we could send it to Israel, and we can send it to the Iraq war and the Iran war and all these other wars that we promised that we weren't going to have. Isn't that nice?
Reduce taxes on Social Security benefits. 85% of our seniors paid no taxes, and the auto deductibility on loans for American cars. And to remind everyone,
who wants to buy a Dodge Ram American car, a Ram pickup truck for like $100,000? That's the other thing. Have you seen the prices of these cars? And by the way, they're not talking about it in the news anymore, but these car companies are getting crushed because they can't sell their cars. You know why? Because nobody has any money to pay $100,000 for a Dodge Ram or an F-150. The prices for these shit cars in the United States was one of the most absurd things I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of ridiculous stuff. But the prices that Ford was charging, and probably still is, for their crap cars, and you can only get a tax break if you buy an American car, and then just and then basically the tax benefit means nothing when the car is grossly overpriced.
Democrats, every Democrat voted against those programs. We've had sustained and resilient GDP growth. Real GDP has risen 2.6% over the past 4 quarters. Atlanta Fed's GDP now predicts 3.8% for this second quarter. The U.S. energy dominance, part of our resilience stems from our energy dominance. Natural gas is down, is my belief, and the futures market is showing us oil will be lower than pre-conflict levels. We are more resilient to energy price fluctuations due to President Trump's energy dominance and deregulatory agenda. The United States is now the world's largest energy exporter. The United States has never exported so much energy or produced.
Then why aren't we benefiting as taxpayers? See, this is the thing. This is how arrogant these people are. And by the way, just because they're billionaires, it doesn't mean that they're smart. This guy Bissett, I'm sure, got on his knees to get where he got. But he's going to sit there and tell you we're the largest energy exporter. But yet, all these other countries, like Saudi Arabia, they get paid. Their citizens get paid. But the United States, none of us benefit from it. We don't get paid. We don't get our taxes eliminated. At least do that. Forget about okay, you don't have to pay. We don't have to pay any taxes. You don't have to give us any money, but at least let us not pay taxes. They don't even do that. This is America. The people earlier in the chat are saying how wonderful a country it is. How so? We don't get paid. We're one of the biggest energy exporters, and the citizens don't get paid for it.
Do so much energy. Main Street Prosperity, the average 401k is up almost $30,000 since President Trump's inauguration.
Do you not think for a second that the stock market's going to crash? Let me know in the chat. Do you think the stock market is going to continue going up like it is?
President Trump RX has already saved Americans over $600 million. I'm sure all of you will want to report on that. And the unemployment rate remains low at 4.3%.
87% of you said that gas prices are still high. 304 votes. So there you go.
So with that, I'm happy to ask questions. I will mention that 3 weeks ago, I got an honorary degree from the University of South Carolina. So if you really want to get a question, you can call me Dr. Besson.
I want to start with these Trump
working class Americans that maybe don't have the financial expertise when it comes to stock markets and investing in general. In what ways are you guys simplifying this for all those Americans so that it's not just for one class of people, but all Americans can
Good question.
have it?
Well, that's a great question, because 38% of Americans have no exposure to equities. They don't share in the great innovation, the machine that is.
No, actually, Wall Street's a scam. So don't let this piece of shit who made his money along with George Soros by shorting the British sterling, causing havoc in the market, and made billions of dollars doing so.
The American economy, our great capital markets, drives our prosperity. So if your child is born during President Trump's administration, Treasury puts in $1,000 as a seed investment. We've also created
So lucky us, everybody that's in the chat. You guys didn't get $1,000, but guess what you got to do? You got to fund a bunch of other people's kids, through your taxpayer dollars into this fund account for a bunch of other babies that you didn't have. So not only do you have to pay taxes, federal income tax, and tax on food, tax on everything, tax on gas, tax on this, tax on... You have to pay property tax to fund schools for other people's kids. But now you get to fund this for other people's kids, just like your property tax. Isn't that great? Isn't that nice? What else can I do for you? Would you like my house and my car? What else can I do for you, federal government? What else can I do for you? What else can I give you? How much money? How much more money? Why don't I just give you everything I have? That way you can just... Well, I thought, by the way, that the Republicans were anti-communist. I thought that the Republicans were for you. You need to go out on your own and start everything. So now all of a sudden, I got to fund an investment account for other people's kids. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And meanwhile, we're one of the largest exporters of energy. But pay your taxes.
Learning pods, so you can go online to the app that went up today and learn. And I think that this is going to be, I've been a big proponent of financial literacy, and I think this is going to be one of the greatest real-time financial literacy educations in history, because it won't be, there's a street in New York called Wall Street. This is what I don't really understand what happens there. American family is going to be able to look on their phone every day and see. And I think it's going to drive people to try to understand what they've got here. I think we're going to create a generation of shareholders. Ed?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I guess first, well, we're starting to see this disruption of the oil supply through the Strait of Hormuz affect economic data. First, is there a deal on the table for a 60-day ceasefire to continue that? And then second...
So this is the, and this is the other thing. So he just got through saying, well, this Trump account, by the way, is funded, the initial $1,000 is funded by the U.S. taxpayer. So this is, and now obviously that question, I said that was a good question. It was a setup, obviously. It was a setup question. So, and if you think, by the way, that the press is, biased in any way, the press is in on all this shit. So I get, even though I struggle and all of you are struggling, we get to help a bunch of families we don't know get involved in the fucking stock market. Isn't that great? Meanwhile, we get nothing. All of us get nothing. No benefit, no help, no health care, nothing. But we get to fund an account called Trump account. He has to put his fucking name on it. So we can go ahead and help a bunch of other asshole families get involved in the stock market. This is unreal. It's unreal to me that this is the country we live in, and you realize why, or you wonder why people are fleeing. Why do I want to be here when I benefit nothing from it? I benefit zero from this country. And when you have these people in the chat that are going Trump, and you ask them, how are you benefiting? And you get no answer. They either disappear or just keep repeating the same thing. Oh, what do you think it would have been better under Kamala Harris? I don't know. Maybe, yeah, at this point, I'm kind of thinking maybe it would be. I mean, it wouldn't. I think Kamala Harris she wouldn't say, I'm going to start a Kamala Harris account to help everybody, all you taxpayers, get to fund a Kamala Harris account to get a bunch of people involved in this. That's their problem. Let them get involved in the stock market. That's not my job. Let them do it. And by the way, where's my Trump account? Where's my $1,000 so I can start a 401k? Because I'm self-employed. Why don't I get some sort of benefit? Everybody else gets a benefit. And now, like I said before, no, he's not going to do any mass deportation, so no one's leaving this country. So you get to fund all that. Have fun with that. Even the violent ones, he just admitted in the last press conference, there's still violent criminals that are taking advantage of people that are still here. So even the violent criminals, the financial criminals, aren't gone. They're still here. So I guess we still need them to keep the economy going.
And how fast could inflation then recede or retreat, or is inflation sticky? Because the PCE was at a 3-year high.
Well, first of all, PCE today, month over month, was 0.2, which was, we're looking at decimal points, but the estimate was 0.3. So 1 month doesn't a trend make. And what we've seen is actually oil prices are down about 10% in May. There are almost 2,000 ships waiting to come out of the Gulf. And I think the oil market is going to be very well supplied on the other side of this, and that we could see prices come down very quickly. We saw the UAE leave OPEC. So I would expect on the other side of this that gasoline prices will follow.
Is there an agreement on the table?
Sorry?
Is there an agreement with Iran on the table?
The teams have been going back and forth. And President Trump has made it very clear, he talked about it at the cabinet meeting, that he has several red lines. And Iran has to turn over their highly enriched uranium. They cannot pursue a nuclear weapon. And the Strait of Hormuz, back to your question on energy, has to free transit. Navigation of the seas has to be free and open as it was before. So he's not going to take a bad deal. He's going to make a great deal for the American people.
Okay. Gas prices, by the way, trailer shift. First of all, you're not benefiting. You're full of shit. You're a troll. So you're not benefiting anything from this economy. Secondly, with complaining about gas prices were extremely low, which was supposed to be a campaign promise by Trump. The other campaign promise was no new wars. So the fact that we had low gas prices, $2 to $3 or whatever they were, now we're all the way up here, was based on a lie that he said that we were never going to get into any new wars. The whole reason why the gas prices went up is because of the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, which was as a result of us attacking Iran. So those are two totally different things. So obviously you're full of shit because you don't know what you're talking about. And secondly, I don't buy for 1 second that you're benefiting from this economy. So give me a fucking break.
So, Peter,
Dr. Besson.
Yep.
How long until we see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill?
Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have 2 mandates for U.S. currency. At present, no living person can be on.
Yeah, what is your experience? What is? So you sit there, you're talking to me. Why are you even here listening then? You're here listening to what I have to say. Obviously, you're interested, but you're not benefiting. You're a liar. So you just come in here to troll and just say whatever it is. You're not benefiting, and you're not going to say how because you're not. So for you to sit there and talk to me about Google to verify my lived experience, first of all, it makes no sense. Secondly, you're here listening to me. Thirdly, you're not benefiting from anything. You're a liar.
U.S. currency, and the currency must say, "In God we trust." So right now there is proposed legislation in front of the House, in front of the Senate, to change the first requirement so that a living person, Donald J. Trump, could be on a $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of the...
You're not making any points. Nothing you're saying is making any sense.
It's all up on Capitol Hill. So
I mean, it's like that guy who was drunk earlier. Just nonsensical statements.
At Treasury, we prepare things in advance, so we have prepared in it.
Yeah, let's talk about a $250 bill. Let's talk about like what Trump did in the earlier video that most people weren't here for. Let's talk about the reflection pool for like literally 15 minutes. That doesn't affect anybody and nobody cares about. Go ahead, fix it, great, but I don't need to hear about it for 15, 20 minutes. It's a waste of my time. I don't benefit from it.
Advance that if the legislation is passed, but we will stick to...
Yeah, let's make a $250 bill or a $500 bill and just give it to random people based on the middle-class taxpayer having to pay for it. So we can create... That's how Trailer Trash is making his money. He probably got a benefit from the Trump account for $1,000 for his kid or something that we all had to pay for.
Do the law.
Is that how you benefit Trailer Trash? You benefited from the. That's what it is. You benefited from the Trump account. So your idiot kid gets to have $1,000 that I have to pay for, so you can get involved in the stock market. So yeah, you're living life, right? Is that it?
Something that came up yesterday, also at the cabinet meeting. President Trump said, "Oman will behave just like everybody else, or we will have to blow them up." Are you guys back there in the West Wing making plans for a new war with Oman?
Again, I think the president wanted to punctuate freedom of navigation in the strait. I had a call with the Omani ambassador this morning, and he assured me that there were no plans for tolling.
Yeah, by the way, can't see his face under the money. Yeah, because I don't even know why they're even talking about a bill anyway, paper money, because they want the CBDC. They want to control digital currency. So somebody else was in here saying that they made money off of crypto because Trump said he was going to turn it into a crypto. And please explain to me, if you're still here, how that happened. Because that's another bullshit lie. Trump rug pulled everybody on that whole crypto scam.
The strait. As he said, our countries have had 200 years of good relations. He wants to have another 200.
Once again, Trailer Trash, why are you here? How are you benefiting? You're not benefiting anything. You're full of shit.
More. And I told him that this was a non-starter, and he did not want to risk either
why are you here?
Omani individuals or Omani financial institutions getting sanctioned.
Dr.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Is it in the U.S. interest to waive some sanctions on Iran or to unfreeze some of their assets before Iran has made concrete promises about getting rid of their nuclear program?
I'm not going to preview the deal, but I would think that the things would go very slowly in terms of that. So
I just asked you, I'm going to give you one more shot, Trailer Trash. Answer the question. How are you benefiting? And if you don't answer, I'm going to ban you. So I'll wait. How are you benefiting? Tell me specifically how you're benefiting. And if you don't answer, if you give me another ridiculous answer that makes no sense, I'm banning you. We're starting, and now all of a sudden you have a problem with data centers now. That's great for everybody.
We'll see.
Okay, so there you go. You don't have an answer because you're not benefiting from anything. And you talk about me, but yet you're in here, and I get to ban you from my live stream. And I'm going to take great pride in doing so because you're a piece of shit. But see, once it's always the same thing. It's always the same thing when you ask somebody answer a very simple question. How are you benefiting? And they won't give you an answer because they don't have an answer because they're not, because they're a liar.
Just to follow up on that, because it's our understanding that the U.S. has committed to discussing the matter of sanctions relief during this negotiation period. So just to be clear, is sanctions relief for Iran on the table?
Again, it is a multifaceted agreement, and nothing is going to be on the table until we see the Strait of Hormuz open and the Iranians agree that the...
Lizard King, no, you're not. You're not up 150 in crypto. No, you're not. So please, don't come in here and be like Trailer Trash and try to gaslight us and bullshit us. You're not up shit in crypto. What crypto is it?
They have to turn over the highly enriched uranium, and that they can't have a nuclear program. And to be clear here, that this administration, President Trump, has done something that no other administration is able to do. We have gotten the Iranians to talk about their nuclear program and to perhaps commit to not having one. That has never happened before. It had been off the table. So I think when you look at the results of the kinetic action of our economic pressure, it has worked to bring them.
It's a simple question. What is it? What is it in?
To the table and have a discussion on this.
Mr. Secretary, I just want to follow up. You said that the teams have been going back and forth, but can you confirm whether or not a tentative agreement has been reached in these negotiations with Iran?
Again, everything depends on what the president wants to do, and President Trump is not going to make a bad deal for the American people, for the U.S., and he was very clear at the cabinet meeting on the yesterday what he wants.
Secretary, Kara from Lindell TV. I'm sorry, did I steal his question? Because I'm not that person.
No, it's you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for taking my question, Kara from Lindell TV. I really wanted to get your thoughts on digital currency. A lot of our viewers are increasingly worried that digital currency could one day be used to track people's spending or limit personal freedom. What's your philosophy on that, and what safeguards is the Treasury and this administration putting in place to make sure new digital payment systems protect Americans' privacy and freedoms in the future?
Well, so this administration has been very clear. There will be no central bank digital currency, which I think would be the first step toward tracking. So we have taken that off the table. We passed stablecoin legislation, with bipartisan, and the Clarity Act is now up on the hill, and I think it has bipartisan support. And the most important thing we can do is to make digital assets come into the United States, make the U.S. the home, our regulation, our best practices are what will ensure good standards for these. When you look at digital assets,
Yeah, I mean, it's all a fucking scam. It's all going to zero at some point with the crypto. The crypto's bullshit. I've seen enough of these guys on X, watched enough of this stuff. It always ends up. It's funny. There's, the memes on crypto are hilarious because you have guys like this in the chat that are telling you how wonderful things are. So the meme is like they've got the Rolex and they got the jewelry on, and then the next part of the meme is they're broke and they barely have any clothes. All their clothes have holes in them and everything. It's all bullshit. The only crypto that is worth anything at all, in my opinion, is Bitcoin. All the other stuff's a scam.
the nonsense that happens, all the things you read about, that's because it's the wild, wild west offshore, so we got to bring it on shore. So I would encourage the House and the Senate to get clarity done. Jack?
Ooh.
A lot of people talking about the IRS settlement, and which has been rolled over now into this weaponization fund over at DOJ. Wanted to get your comment on the decision process, as much as you can tell, how that settlement came to be, how it was rolled over to DOJ, and then the process for for those funds now as it's played out.
Good. So thank you for the question.
It's not about predicting the future. It's seeing past history and past results and what's happened in the past. The stock market's not going to stay up. The stock market is so overheated that I mean, even Andrew Ross Sorkin, who gets paid to be bullish constantly, knows for sure, just like anyone on Wall Street knows, that the music's going to stop and there won't be any chairs. It's completely overheated. We're probably in a $quadrillion market, dark market, that we had similar to what was going on in 2008 and 2010. It's inevitable. So you don't need to have a crystal ball to know that the market's going to crash, and it's going to crash worse than probably 2008 through 2010. Way worse. Crypto market, same thing. You don't need a crystal ball to see what's happened in past history. Every single time it crashes. Every single time. It's a scam. All of the crypto shit's a scam. Every single one. Eventually, it goes to zero. It's just a matter of time.
This is going to be the only question I'll take on this matter today. So there's ongoing litigation, so it'd be inappropriate for me to comment. President Trump is a great American who has endured more than 10 years of nonstop harassment and weaponization from the federal and state government actors. A bad actor at the IRS leaked more.
So you're like, you're one of those ride or die Trump guys. So that's all I need to know. So if you believe that Trump right now has your best interest at heart and he loves you, and you're also a crypto trader who thinks that crypto is the greatest thing and that you're like super wealthy, I guess, on your XRP, then that's all I need to know. And if you're so awesome, why are you here listening to me talk? Don't you have a Lambo that you need to go drive? And by the way, it's so funny is all you guys. The reason I know all this stuff too is I know all the players. By the way, on X. And that's why I'm surprised you're not on X right now. You're all like jerking each other off on X. Is that you guys all do the same thing over there? Is that you guys just try to sell the bullshit dream of this cryptocurrency, and it's all a lie. It's all a scam.
More than 400,000 tax returns, including the Trump family, all the employees.
You don't use Trump to make money. I mean, give me a fucking break, man. Now you're starting to annoy me. You're just being a troll at this point.
And that's how we got here now. No American should be targeted for political reasons. And
I'm not talking to you. I don't even know how to say your name. Convict? Yeah, convict. I'm talking about Lizard King. By the way, though, convict, that Yeah. Yeah, if you're doing options, that's something different.
Every citizen deserves fair treatment and full protection of the law. The Department of Justice represented Treasury and the IRS in this matter, and I'm going to have to refer.
No, I've seen, like I said, I've seen it a million times. I mean, just all you got to do is go to CoffeeZilla and watch CoffeeZilla. I mean, that in and of itself will tell you how many of these things are scams. So, oh, well, this one's different. This one's not going to end up in a rug pull, or this one is definitely going to last longer than the other one.
Any questions to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche? So,
thanks. So,
Convict, do you trade iron condors?
President Trump has said that we can expect interest rates to come down very quickly. A number of times he did that last week. But the market at the moment broadly does not expect any rate cuts this year. You know, JP Morgan said this, Morgan Stanley, and so on. So who is right, the president or the market?
Well, I think, again, I believe that we will get through this challenging period now. On higher prices. On the other side of this, I've said publicly that I think we'll be back to substantial disinflation. But most importantly, I think we've got the Warsh Fed now. It's a new day at the Fed. The Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chair have lunch or breakfast every week. I had my first breakfast with Chair Warsh this morning, and I believe that he will do the right thing to balance inflation and growth.
Thank you, Secretary Bessent. I hope you were calling on me.
Yes.
So I'd like to ask you if you could provide a little more detail on what you're doing to shut down Iran's airlines.
And Lizard Cake, you think that's a good thing? You actually think that that's a good thing? That it's going to go 100% digital and that we're not going to have cash? Are you familiar with what happened with the trucker convoy in Canada? So, I mean, you want to have your own, silly little markets where you guys, have fake money for a while and then lose everything. That's your deal. But to me, to eliminate cash is one of the worst things that can ever happen. So you tell me, I'm curious, you think that having all digital money is a good thing or a bad thing?
And also on sanctions relief, a senior administration official briefed reporters over the weekend that sanctions relief will be commensurate with nuclear concessions. But at some point, if the enriched uranium is given up, should we expect pallets of cash to be flown to Iran?
You don't bet on any. You bet on bankers' greed, good or bad. What are you talking about? It's a simple question. That doesn't make sense. You bet on bankers' greed.
Can you describe how that looks?
Well, a couple of things. On the airlines, one thing that we're not going to do is restrict movement for religious reasons. So Iranians who want to make the pilgrimage,
crypto moves cash into those who create the digital currency initially, moves cash into their pockets. But Convict's right, you have to have both. But they're going to try to eliminate cash because they want to be able to control it. So everything, if it is digital currency, once again, if you have something that is somebody doesn't like in the government, they shut your money off and you can't spend it. Or your car if it's electric, or your thermostat in your house, or your phone, or whatever. The worst thing that can happen is all this goes digital because it's going to be controlled.
Mecca or Medina will be allowed. We will also allow valid humanitarian reasons. But the other thing we can do is that when these airlines fly, they have to be refueled. They sell tickets. They pay landing fees. Anyone who accepts...
Well, what is that? Doesn't make sense. What's your bet? You're betting that greedy bankers want to make everything electronic, so you're betting on that? Makes no sense.
Those we will sanction. So they should be very clear that the state-owned Iranian airlines, they are outlaws and cannot do this.
Secretary.
Since you're the White House briefer today, I know you've been asked this already, but I'm wondering if you can just confirm on the record that there is a tentative deal that has been agreed for a 60-day extension of the ceasefire and then a continuation of nuclear talks.
Again, it's always a mistake to get out ahead of the president, so it is all going to be the president's decision. I think that we can see that the president very clearly stated his three: the open the strait, highly enriched uranium, no nuclear program. So
Those things are those things part of the temporary deal right now, sir? Are those three aspects that you just outlined part of the temporary deal that has been agreed?
that if there can be no deal without those, why would there be a deal without those?
Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for taking the time. President Trump at the cabinet meeting said he thought that reducing fraud would help to balance the budget. You put out the goal of getting the deficit to 3% of GDP. What's your timeline for achieving that? And how do you think what can you say to make the markets, given where rates are, like kind of process kind of what your plan and agenda is?
Well, the GAO numbers, not my numbers, believe.
Hey, Carla, gotta love the get rich quick people. It won't get scammed. It won't get scammed this time. This time it'll work. I mean, but see, the other thing too is just like everybody lies too. Everybody wants to be like, yeah, they want to make you think that they're a baller and then they got the inside scoop on everything and all that shit. And it's like, yeah, I've been around the block a few times to know. And you could tell over a certain period of time, it's a little bit, it takes a little less and less time each time to figure out who's full of shit. But yeah, I mean, this crypto thing, man, it's not good.
There's about $500 billion a year of fraud. So could we very quickly get 250 billion of that? The budget deficit is approximately 1.8 trillion. So that would reduce the deficit substantially. If we could get that 500 billion number, I think it would engender confidence. You'd probably also go into a virtuous cycle. As the budget deficit narrowed, interest rates would go down. No one reports it, but last year we actually had a fiscal contraction. Just to remind everyone, we inherited the worst budget deficit.
Okay, I got a question for both Convict and Lizard King. On Bitcoin, where do you think in the next 12 months Bitcoin price is going to go? I want to hear from both of you guys. I'm curious to hear. You two guys are involved in the market. The price of Bitcoin, where is it going to go in 12 months?
In history, when we were not in a recession or not at war, 6.7%. We brought that down to about 5.5 or 5.4% this year. I think we can stay on a good trajectory.
Mr. Secretary, without an executive order, does the U.S. government have adequate defenses in place to address the risk created by Anthropic's new AI models?
We have great collaboration between all of the labs that have the large language models, but between the U.S. government and the labs. So,
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate it. First, did you speak with the president before this briefing? Did he show any willingness to this 60-day ceasefire extension?
I haven't seen the president today.
And then I just want to follow up. When can Americans, the average American, and can the U.S. economy work for the average American without a deal with Iran?
Again, I believe we've already seen oil prices come down substantially. We are pumping more oil than we've ever seen.
So Lizard King says Bitcoin is shit. It's actually a prototype. Some will hold, but the payday is over. So in other words, you're saying, I'm guessing you're saying it's gonna stay flat where it's at. Where's it gonna go down? So Convict, you think it's gonna fall to about 30K by the end of 2027, really? That's interesting. So, Convict, do you believe, Lizard King, that Bitcoin is shit? I mean, obviously you do. If you think it's going to fall by 30K or to about 30K, do you think it's going to come back from 30K? Lizard King says it's dead. See, that's the thing. It's like, okay, so if you think that Bitcoin is shit, then what does that say for all other crypto? So all the other crypto is that you're involved in is great, but Bitcoin is trash, is what you're saying.
Before, and as I said, these are short-term challenges.
Yeah, I could ask Grant Cardone because he follows me on Twitter, and Gary Cardone. We talk to each other on Spaces. They think it's going to they think it's going way up. But I mean, Grant is only a billionaire, though. I mean, so we shouldn't listen to Grant Cardone because he actually is a billionaire that I actually have conversations with. So, but he wouldn't know. Neither would his brother. But you know though, Lizard.
That we will get over, and I think we'll move forward. So, in the white?
Mr. Secretary, just to follow up.
No, in the white.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate it.
You think public sentiment would, but do you think it's going to come back? So it'll stabilize around 18 to 22. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm going to ask him next. Well, I might even ask him over the weekend. Because Grant and Gary are always on, so I want to ask them and see where I think they're way more bullish. I don't think it's going to go down like that. I certainly don't think Bitcoin's trash. I think it's the gold standard of crypto. I mean, if you say that Bitcoin's trash, but all the other crypto is great, that to me. Yeah.
Given how much this upcoming midterm election will
How high, Convict? Like back to the 120s or back or over that? Where do you think?
hinge on the economy, what did you think about President Trump's comments in the cabinet meeting yesterday saying he didn't care about the midterms?
So you're calling President Trump a statesman? You're saying that he is taking a statesman-like position, that he has a core belief, and he believes that the most important thing is for Iran never to have a nuclear weapon. So I believe both things can be true, that we can do well in the midterms, that we perhaps have the makings of a deal here, and I believe that, and look, the economy, that it is challenging now, but unemployment is still low, tax refunds were high, and consumer spending is still quite high. So in my private business over the years, I always looked at what were consumers doing, not what they were saying, and I'm in constant contact with the banks, and every income quintile is still doing well. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On the $250 bill, Mr. Secretary, you said the legalities of it are up on Capitol Hill, but I just wonder what your opinion is personally. Do you think it's a good idea for the president to put his face on America?
Again, the president doesn't do it. The House and the Senate have to do it.
Secretary Bessa, what are the remaining assurances that President Trump needs to see in order for him to sign off on the agreement with Iran?
I don't think it could be clear.
You're following in the footsteps at the podium there of Secretary Rubio and Vice President Vance. There's been quite a lot of talk about their possible presidential ambitions. Does your presence here today indicate that we might see you running in 2020?
No, I think it just means they've run out of things on the food chain.
There's been some back and forth over the last several days, and also with the U.S. attacking Iranian drones yesterday. This morning, CENTCOM put out a statement that Iran that launched its ballistic missile towards Kuwait calling it an egregious ceasefire violation. How can the administration still argue that a ceasefire is in effect?
Again, with the Iranian government, we did not have regime change, but we changed the regime. As President Trump said at the cabinet meeting, as we've said,
Gotta love the play on words. But before, early on, it was about regime change. Now it's not about regime change. It's about Iran can't have a nuclear weapon.
Times, the first layer of leadership was eliminated, the second layer, and we're now at the third layer. And the way to think about it is the Iranian government, such as it is three pillars. It is the elected government, it is the IRGC, and it is the clerics. And they are having trouble communicating. So we are being patient. We do not have unlimited patience. President Trump always prefers a peace deal. So everything we have done thus far has been defensive. And at present, that is what we will continue doing. But if President Trump doesn't think he can get a peace deal, then kinetic is back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Are you hopeful that the oil prices will go down once this conflict is over, given the fact that the Strait of Hormuz remain closed, and by the time this oil gets to the major markets, could be 2 or 3 months?
Again, we see that the market, I believe, is very well supplied right now. The market seems to be going into balance for itself. So I think that as the strait opens up, we're going to see this burst of ships come out. So we may actually see how quickly can it be refined, how quickly can it get to its destination.
Thank you so much, Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. You wrote resilience on your cabinet note meetings. Several times the photographer zoomed into it. Are you trying to keep the president calm? Are you trying to keep yourself calm? Why did you write all those notes?
So people could look over my shoulder, photograph them, and think they got a scoop. So,
Is the United States considering a reconstruction program for Iran if a deal is signed?
Again, I think we got to get to the deal before we get to the other side. Before we get to you in the pink.
In the red?
No, in the pink.
In the pink, thank you. Cristina Londoño with Telemundo Network. Mr. Secretary, how effective do you believe the current Treasury restrictions have been in pressuring the Cuban government? And also, if you're in the room when those talks are being held, are there any plans to either tighten the sanctions or to ease the sanctions against the Cuban government to get some type of change?
Again, that's going to be up to the Cuban government. That they can go up, they can go down. That we've tried to get humanitarian aid in, and the regime rejected it. So because they wanted to go through their corrupt system. So they could go up, they could go down. It's carrot and stick. Secretary Rubio doing a fantastic job of managing this process, and we at Treasury are working with him. So, in the red.
Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. I want to ask you about Antifa. In October, the Treasury Department started working with the FBI to investigate who's funding Antifa. Can you give us an update on that investigation? How close are you guys to finding out who's funding Antifa?
It is ongoing. We made substantial progress, and I think in the weeks and months ahead, we're going to have a lot to report. One thing that did go underreported that I would point out to all of you is the IRS is now giving guidance on the Form 990, which nonprofits they have to file. And we are going to encourage or demand that nonprofits know their grant recipients. So if a grant recipient is violent, if they are suppressing people's rights, then you are responsible for that. And I think that's a very good first step. Yep.
There's new government data that shows that Americans are now saving a smaller share of their incomes than at any time over the past 4 years. Are you seeing signs that American households are dipping into their savings to pay for the higher costs of things like gas and groceries? And does data like that concern you right now?
Well, so a lower academic literature would tell you a lower savings rate can mean one of two things. The kind of the doomer view that you took, or that people have more confidence, or it could be something else, because for instance, stock market gains or 401k gains might not show up in savings, so they're looking at that, think that they can draw down their household savings.
You're obviously concerned about the risks posed by advanced AI models like Mythos to critical infrastructure. The financial sector is concerned as well. What types of changes are being considered to the AI executive order so it can pass? And do you believe that an AI executive order needs to include the pre-public access for government?
Again, we're working very closely with the large language labs. They've been excellent partners, and we are going to get a solution that solves for the maximum calculus. What we want to do, the U.S. is the AI leader in the world. We're an AI superpower. China is second. They are trailing substantially. We want to make sure that we keep that lead. So we are working on the exact calculus between innovation and safety, and we want to optimize for that. So you in the glasses? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, in the glasses.
Thank you very much.
No, you don't have glasses on. You in the glasses.
Thank you for taking my question. There was a report this morning that Justice Alito's son is working in your department. Can you confirm that that's the case? And if so, do you believe that that means that he should be, that the justice should recuse himself from cases that involve your department?
I am sure that Mr. Alito follows all legal and ethical guidelines, and I can assure you that at Treasury we follow all the legal and ethical guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have two questions for you, but just to follow what you said about the
Well, you didn't call me doctor, so I only get one.
I'll shoot for two. You said that it's up to Congress if the president's face is on a $250 bill, but it is actually the Washington Post that's reporting two political appointees from the Treasury Department who have asked agencies to be ready to do that. Do you think politically it's a good idea to put his face on a $250 bill when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
I don't really understand this Washington Post article. That who hears from the Post? Yep. Terribly written, terribly edited. Because basically what it says is that Treasury is following the law, and that we've created the bill, and that it's up to Congress, but that we follow the bill and it's up to. I didn't really understand what the story was.
So,
but anyway.
Appointees aren't involved in that, two of your political appointees?
Yeah, of course, but we prepare for everything if it gets passed. Just like we were ready 6 months in advance for the one big beautiful bill for tax guidance. So we have to prepare in advance. You can't draw something up the day before.
Politically, do you think it's a good idea though when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
Look, I think it has. I think that it's bifurcated. That do you think we should have a 250th anniversary, the celebration?
Well, that's happening anyway, but putting the president's face on a $250 bill is a choice.
But Caitlin, it's not happening anyway. It's happening because it's being funded by private citizens, by the federal government, by state governments, by municipal governments to celebrate our country. And I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the president of the United States.
As much as I don't like her, she's right. I mean, it's happening anyway. So for him to say it's bifurcated, no, I mean, to sit there and say, well, the $250 bill, that is the same thing as celebrating the country, and 250, they're two totally different things, and he's trying to justify it. But this is the arrogance, unfortunately, of right now the administration, is these are so, really the bottom line is nobody cares. When he has to put his name on everything or his picture on everything, like the golden statue that Bethany was talking about, or these arches and all, and the ballroom and all these things, it just goes to show you how out of touch all of these people are. And it's not simply that they're out of touch; they literally don't care about what's going on with you. And Trump said it early on in the last video. He said, or in a couple 3 weeks ago, or no, it was like a couple weeks ago, he said, "I don't care about Americans' finances." He literally said that. He does not care about Americans' finances. And that's obvious when you see this dollar bill or this $250 bill thing, it's like it's a kick in. It's basically him spitting in everybody's face. And what Caitlin Collins is saying is right. The celebration of the country, that's happening anyway. That's a thing that is already in process. That's not Trump's face on a freaking bill.
It's the person who was president of the United States on the 250th anniversary bill.
On Russia sanctions, what you just commented on there, Mr. Secretary, about the $1.8 billion fund. Is it accurate that the General Counsel of the Treasury Department resigned over that?
I will not be taking any other questions. I will not be taking any other questions.
But you know, Wall Street over here.
So,
Given the scale of the assault from Russia on Kyiv in recent days and the fact that diplomacy seems to have settled down, there is no diplomatic talks happening right now between Russia, Ukraine, or the U.S. What about sanctions? Is the U.S. considering sanctions on Russia at this time?
well, the U.S., this administration has put the hardest sanctions on Russia of any country.
None of the sanctions that work against Russia anyway.
So let's review how the sanctions regime has gone since the Russian action on Ukraine. Biden administration put on what I would call mild sanctions because they were worried about gasoline prices going up into an election. It would be an unstatesmanlike sanctions. Probably the worst national security advisor in the history of the country, Jake Sullivan, in an act of bravery on his way out the door in January, they raised the sanction level on behalf of the Trump administration. We let those in situ when we took office. They fast forward to October, and President Trump instructed me to sanction the two largest Russian oil companies, Lukoil and Rosneft, which we did. No other government has done that. So no one has done more sanctions than the Trump administration on Russian oil.
Yeah, my point is it may have worked initially, but not anymore. So they absorbed those perfectly fine. So to say, and I think that's why also you have to worry about, and they're already allies with China, but driving them into the arms of China, and all the things that we're dealing with now. But no, I mean, my point was, yeah, it may have worked initially, but it doesn't. It's not now.
Here, who wants to own this? Gray hair. No, gray hair. No, you don't have gray hair. Well, maybe you do.
When you had breakfast this morning with Fed Chair, did you request that the Fed lower interest rates?
I had breakfast with Chair Powell 41 times, and I never did that. Last question.
Thank you, sir. Governor Gavin Newsom has floated this idea of a 100% state tax on Californians who receive money from President Trump's anti-weaponization fund. Your response to the governor's call for 100% tax?
There's no cure for stupid. Okay. Thank you all.
I've been recording what I call the red dot phenomenon on YouTube, where they ban your speech live, real time. Now I'm going to put a documentary. Yeah, I mean, newsflash: YouTube is a scumbag company run by scumbags, owned by Google and Alphabet, which are all scumbags. I mean, tell me something I don't already know. They basically demonetized me. I did the trucker convoy thing, and had plenty of money coming in through YouTube, and then all of a sudden that dropped off. My ad account through Google's been suspended for no reason. So you think they're stifling free speech? I mean, and it's well known for a very long time that if you make comments, I have to go into comments all the time on my videos and unban them because Google will ban or YouTube will ban them. Not ban them, but they'll hide them. Then I have to unhide them so they go back on, unless they're like completely egregious and like, you know, there's F words and everything like that. So to say that, yeah, I mean, everybody knows that YouTube does that and suppresses free speech. I say plenty of good things about plenty of stuff, but I think the crypto thing is, I mean, you know, good luck to you, but it's like any of that stuff, it's that stuff's trash. Let's see. And to boycott, I mean, and to eliminate cash, that's a bad idea. And I think you're for that, eliminating cash. That's just not. That's not a good idea at all. Getting rid of cash, you can't do that. But they're trying to do that. If they do, then you lose all control. And if, once again, you say something just like with the Canadian government, and the U.S. government's going to become the same thing. You say something the government doesn't like, they freeze your bank account, and you have no cash in order to buy food or do whatever it is that you need to do. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think all of crypto is going to is a fad, that it all will go away, and that's why I say I think Bitcoin's the gold standard. I think it's the closest thing that people recognize, and you can see what, you know, Larry Fink and BlackRock and a lot of these companies are trying to do. Of course, they're trying to control it. They're trying themselves to get in on it because they know that you know, these are the things that the government can't control. But I think with a lot of these other cryptos, they can. But I don't think that they can with Bitcoin. And I'm not going to claim that I'm an expert in it or anything like that. But I've seen enough of this stuff with this crypto that it's just one rug pull, one scam, one scheme after another. And, you know, you could say, well, I've got it all in cold storage. Okay, well, you have it in cold storage, and what good does it do? Okay, so you still have to turn it into cash anyway, into dollars, right? In order to spend it. So in order to put your kid through college, you have to sell whatever crypto you have in order to do it. And that's where I start to get like, okay, you know, because there's so many of these people on X. And they don't make money from crypto. They make money trying to tell you how to trade in crypto. It's like the Tai Lopez's of the world. These are the ones who they want to sell you how to sell. Or like the Tony Robbins of the world. The guy never like owned a company doing anything like making a widget or manufacturing or had an insurance company or, you know, a financial firm. He sold sales. He sold you like, you know, what you need to do is you need to think more positively. That's what he sold, tapes. So like it's the same thing with this crypto shit. It's like, hey, buy my course and I'll show you how to trade in crypto. Or do this or do that. You know, pay this video fee or PDF or whatever, and I'll show you how to do this. So, I mean, to say, you know, I spent all this money, it's like, okay, well, you still have to turn it into dollars because you're not going to buy it through your crypto. So people are taking Bitcoin. You can buy stuff in Bitcoin, but even that's limited. But to sit there and say, oh, I'm making all this money in crypto, it's like, okay, well, not really, because you have to turn it into cash in order to spend it to buy things. And that's where I see all this stuff collapsing. is that everybody puts their money in. The guy that starts it or the crew that starts it, you know, they get a bunch of people to put money into it. They blow it up, and then the guys who started it, they do the rug pull, they get rich, and everybody else gets left holding the bag. And it happens countless times. I'm not saying that that's what's happening with you, but I'm saying I've seen it happen so many times. The way I'd rather put it in equities or, you know, real estate. You know, I'm an expert in shopping centers, anchored, non-anchored shopping centers. So hard assets, real estate, businesses, those types of things that I can actually see, I can operate, I have control of. Those are the things that I believe are where you want to put your money in. I don't believe in putting your money into, and I also think even in Bitcoin, but not everything. But I believe in hard assets. I don't believe in that crypto, all that crypto shit. Yeah, and the thing is, it's like, okay, I still even believe Bitcoin can get hacked some way, even though it's, you know, you have the nodes that are spread out all over the place, and people say, well, that's impossible for that to happen. But, you know, and that's why I love these people who think that they're going to control you through a phone app. We're going to track you and all of these. Everything gets hacked. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything is hackable, and it's going to get hacked, and all the information is going to get stolen. And the same thing's going to happen with all this crypto shit. That people are going to get hacked. They're going to lose their cold storage. They're either going to lose it, or, you know, somebody's going to hack into their device or whatever and get the money. It's like, it's all. And the thing about it is, like, if you have paper money and you just have accounts in the bank, it's harder to steal. But when you have hackers that know everything there is about hacking and all that kind of stuff, they're going to figure out a way to steal your money when it comes to the stuff that's really virtually unregulated. So it's too much of a Wild West thing for me. So I'm just not a fan. All right. I think it's almost 1 o'clock. I think I'm going to call it a night. And I think I won't be back tomorrow, but maybe Sunday night. So I want to thank all of you. Yeah, almost 5 hours. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate it. Those of you that are here, if you want to be notified when I go live again, you got to be sure that you subscribe. So be sure that you subscribe on the way out. Also, click the like button on the way out. It helps the algorithm. But I appreciate everybody hanging out on a late night Friday night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you all soon.